Decent gold, though. I hate resetting Yakuza 5. Because that's the trouble is that, like, the trouble is that I have, like, a lot of time saved later on. Again, my Saejima was terrible because of fight spawns in Chapter 1 and 4. My Haruka was Haruka, it's just Haruka. My Akiyama was good. My Shinada was terrible. Anything and everything in my PB that involved Shinada, be it controlling Shinada, or Shinada, like, on my side in the sewers with Saejima cancelling out the bloody dialogue skip, it all went terrible. So my PB, my big time save in this run is anything and everything to do with Shinada. Anything and everything that goes by the name of Baseball Man. Again, 3, 2, 1, go. This will probably be my last reset. This will probably be my last reset because this is a 6-hour long run. Good old Baseball Man. Baseball Man! Baseball Man do be fucking me. Baseball Man do be fucking me like that. Yeah, I feel like Yahata sometimes, like, guards. Like, it feels like he guards and dodges a hell of a lot for an early game enemy. Like, even on easy, it feels like he guards and dodges a hell of a lot. So, yeah. But I can't go through with 2 fight spawns there. 2 fight spawns on a terrible Yahata. I just can't. It's not good. I'm gonna need a fresh drink. Thank God we have the walking section, am I right?
What?
Ken really doesn't help. I'm feeling tired today. I don't understand how I don't feel like I've slept in weeks. It's so weird. Because I have been sleeping. Like, I actually have been sleeping. That's the thing. But it feels like I haven't. Which sucks. I don't know why I'm just trying to despawn civilians here. It's not like it matters that much on the road. But I at least want to get to Saijima's part, considering how bad Saijima's part went in my PB. I can't accept a Kiryu part that has, like, 2 fight spawns in a single chapter. Like, it may even have been 3. I think it was 2. It may even have been 3. I don't like this civilian spawn. Get out of my way. Okay, Tower and pluses. Fucking Christ. I hate it when you make a slight menuing mistake and you have to rebuy them all again. Ugh. It's so punishing, because it doesn't do that in any of the other Yakuza games, but here it does. Oh. 10 AM to 4:30 PM, so you have a normal one this weekend? That sounds like my normal sim schedule. I think it's the heat. I think the heat is causing too much sleep. Far too much sleep. Alright. Off we go. Time to send money to the kids. Yeah, I have no idea what to do if the run dies. Probably was already 10 o'clock already. Because the problem with going long with Yakuza 5 reset attempts is, it's currently almost 10:30. So by the time I'm done with this run, it's more than likely gonna be somewhere between 4:30 and 5 AM. Bloody menu. I hate this menu. I hate this menu so much. So it's like, yeah, it's like there's only so many times you can reset Yakuza 5, which sucks. I'd love to be able to reset more, but not with 5. Just because of its sheer length, which sucks. If this run does die, I'll probably try it again tomorrow, honestly. So I would like to get a proper, like, actual 5 attempt out pre-karaoke percent. Don't like that, that's, yeah. That's the whole thing? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I do stream into the night. Jesus Christ, wake up, idiot. Yeah, Persona 5 speedruns are very, very long. Fun fact, I was considering doing OG Persona 5 run about 2-3 years ago. Back when I just started getting into, obviously, Yakuza running, back when the only things we really had was 0, K1, K2, and 6. Like, I kind of wanted, like, just before 6 was coming out, I kind of wanted something new, and we just gotten through OG P5, and it was like, you know, that was a bloody good game, and I was very, very tempted to do OG P5, but I didn't in the end. I'm gonna take a second to have a quick bathroom break.
まあ困ったことなったらちゃんと相談せないけんよ。博多門は情に熱いのがよかとこなんやけん。見ず知らずの俺を雇ってくれただけでも社長には感謝の言葉もありません。雇ってくれたなんてそげん。そもそもスカウトしたのは俺の方やろ。しかし社長、どうして俺なんかに声をかけてくれたんですか。そうやね。まあなんちゅうか勘ってやつばい。勘？うまく説明できんちゃけど、俺は自分が好きになった男しか雇わん主義たい。鈴木さんは信用できる男や。そげん思うだけん声かけただけばい。でも初めて社長に会った時、俺はまあ、あんま褒められた態度やなかったね。
It's so humid in here tonight that my water has gone absolutely rancid. Like it was lukewarm. I tried some in the bathroom. It's just
この男は信用してよかって。やけん、お前さんも俺をもっと頼ってほしかったよ。チコッと頼りなさそうに見えるかもしれんばって。
But yeah, I was considering doing Persona 5 at one point. Don't talk any plot stuff or anything about P5 Royal, please, because I haven't played it. I'm still waiting to do it. Just as a heads up, please don't talk about it. Thank you.
Oh, ここばい。花緑。まずは博多名物水炊き爆をや。
Nocturne speedruns way. Nocturne is one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. I am tempted with the HD remaster, but I'm not. The problem that I have at the minute is a little thing called time. I have no time because, and this is the problem because I want to do Neo 2. I want to speedrun Neo 2. Like I actually want to, but I can't commit to it because I just have no time. The charity milestone rewards are pretty much like priority at the moment. Because, you know, you're graciously donated to charity, it's important. Like, and it's obviously going to be time in between them because I have to learn. Every single one of them is a new run. Like, or at least a new run that I haven't done. So, and like stuff like Yakuza Kiwami 1 Legend isn't easy to just say, hey, you've done Yakuza Kiwami any percent, just do Legend. It doesn't work like that. Like, any percent judgment is going to be massively different on Legend, as I've found out. Like, it's one of those things that it's just going to take a while for me to learn stuff, which is why I keep saying the big one, Fist of the North Star. That's not till next year. You're going to have to wait on that one. You're alive. We ran that. To be honest, pace is garbage. That's the thing that worries me about Neo 2 is especially like there's a couple of days that feel like they just shoved a bunch of gameplay filler in, you know? And there's a bunch of things where I just wish they wouldn't throw in as many conversations and let you get on with it. I had that complaint recently with something else, didn't I? What was it? Was it Scarlet Nexus? Might have been Scarlet Nexus. But too many little conversations here and there. I still enjoy it because like some of those conversations are good if you played obviously the first game. But for a speedrun sense, the thing that I also don't like is the fact that, you know, you can only fast forward cutscenes of R2 in Neo 2 once you've completed the game, and you can't do it from a fresh file. So you've got a lot of text mashing for the entirety of the game. Pretty off the speedrun for you at least. That's kind of what I was feeling. And the trouble is, New Game Plus just... It's the same as here. I can see the whole point of New Game Plus. But it's like, honestly... It trivializes a lot of what makes speedrunning fun for me. The reason why I like any % runs rather than New Game Plus is I'm not saying that New Game Plus is just a walk in the park, but there's more stakes on the line in any % runs than New Game Plus runs. New Game Plus runs have their place, like, genuinely, but for me personally, in the way that I like speedrunning, New Game Plus just feels very bland. You become obviously overpowered. There are obviously some that are worse than others. Again, Yakuza 0 and LAD's New Game Plus speedruns are boring as sin. Because for Yakuza 0, you use shotgun plus one shot every single boss in one punch. Great. For LAD, you press start for an hour and a half. What do you fucking do? But like... with the any percents, you have actual stake in the run. Like, you have, you know, actual potential for the run to die. You have, like, actual things you need to do. You don't hit this guy on the ground. Fuck you, Ishibashi. Like, that's the reason why I just like any % a bit more. I'm not saying that New Game Plus runs are bad. I think there are some good New Game Plus runs. For a good long time, Kiwami 1's New Game Plus run was vastly different than the any %. Whereas it's obviously a bit more in line. The New Game Plus obviously does less than the any %, but it's a lot more in line now that we use shotguns in any % as well as New Game Plus. But I still feel like Kiwami 1's New Game Plus is also good for different reasons. Like, again, I've said this multiple times, the Majima Everywhere stuff is an actual problem in New Game Plus. It's something you have to be careful of. Like, sure, fights end quickly, but you still have, you know, certain limits to your ammo and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot different kind of, like, layers of strategy to K1's New Game Plus, which make it actually, like, kind of fascinating in some ways. But a lot of the New Game Pluses in the Yakuza games, for example, are just bland.
Coming on through.
Like,
how we doing? Speedrunning.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Son of a bitch. J-Bat, thank you for the Prime Gaming and the 3 months. I appreciate it. Well, yesterday's Evangelion was good fun. Legend 80% is even modded. Yeah, that's actually one of the things. When I did the Yakuza 0 any % Legend run the other day, that can easily be improved because, like, not all of the strats from the old route work with the new route. But also, there's a lot more stakes involved, even with shotgunning the vast majority of enemies. It trivializes a couple of things, obviously. Like, my problem... I've already gone off Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 and K1 went two completely wildly different ways for me. In that K1 became a vastly better run with, obviously, Max Crush, and then obviously, like, shotgun stuff. It made it a lot more tolerable from the mid-game, which was always the problem. But Yakuza 0 has now become 20 minutes of, like, actual playing the game, and then 3 hours of shotgun everything. Like, we went from a run that had, like, a bunch of intricacies in every single fight to literally use shotguns for over 3 hours. And it's bland. Like, the bosses still have their boss strats, which is nice. But it feels very, very bland compared to how it used to be. Whereas K1 went completely opposite in that all the frustration of so many of those fights, like the gambling hall fight, melted away. The gambling hall fight still has its frustrations, of course, but it's few and far between from the old days of literally the strat was get lucky. Like, there's so many, like, it's so weird how it's gone very different ways with, like, the weapons for me, and, like, I was so invested in Zero that I can't do Zero's run anymore, and I really can't, and that sucks. Like, see, I have thought about doing, like, a meme no gun percent like the old days, but it's, like, it'd just be superfluous. Like, it's not anything that would ever go up on the leaderboard, because it's, like, you know, it's just me pandering to myself and my own wants. I think, like, I'm not trying to say that the new Zero route is bad. Like, I'm not saying that the new Zero route is terrible, because, again, the point of speedrunning is to go from point A to point B as fast as possible, which is, again, you could argue what New Game Plus is. But, honestly, like, we had a bunch of, like, I think the trouble with Zero is I've been with Zero for, like, 4, almost 5 years at this point, and to go from having, like, routing stuff and, like, smart stuff for every single fight to basically just shotgun everything it's rough. It's lost its soul. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad route, I'm just saying it's not the same route that it used to be. It's not as involved as it used to be. The bosses are still the same, and I think that's probably my problem of where I'm coming from, is that nothing else has changed. All the old strats for the bosses are still the same, and they're still good. Like, they're still very good, but everything else just got trivialized. Which, again, is good for the route. It's good for people who want to do the route, because, you know, it's very, very easy. It's not, again, it's one of those things that's not just a... It's not just a complete, you know, do this, you've done the run, congratulations, because, you know, you've got to think about your shotgun blasts, if you've missed an enemy, if you get extra enemies, blah, blah, blah. There's still, like, little intricacies to that route that doesn't make it just, you know, a completely bland, as I'm saying, just shotgun everything. There are, you know, like with every speedrun, little intricacies that you have to take into effect. But my problem is I was with that run for so long that it's lost its soul. Like, 3 hours of just shotgunning feels painful. Whereas K1's any percent still has things you mix up, like with the dagger and stuff like that. And if we ever get an answer on what the hell that damage stuff is going on in K1... I don't know what's going on with that person, but they went very, very quiet all of a sudden when asked to explain the damage glitch. Like, that's all they had to do was explain the damage glitch, and they just went very, very quiet for a couple of days. Like, I guess they're just busy with life or something, but, like... Right, Dr. T-Chops? I've said the entire time, something feels off there. I feel like it's my macro. I genuinely feel like it's after I said you can't use macros. I feel like they were. Like... I know there's no specific rules about not using macros, but I feel like macros should be banned. Because, like, for one thing, it's an unfair advantage over console runners, and for the other thing, it's using a modification outside of the game to be able to do what they want to do. The problem... You could argue that K2 and the button mashing for the feel the heat stuff, or text box skipping with keyboard and, like, controller is kind of similar, but you can do that stuff within the game. Like, you can do that stuff literally in the game without rebinding anything. Like... That's something that doesn't require an outside third-party application to actually do. But using a macro to, like, put a whole bunch of like inputs together feels off. If you can do it on the PC version, like, I feel like that's okay, like, without using, like, outside influences, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know, I'd be interested in hearing what other people feel like about macros, because I just personally feel like they're just a no. They just feel like a unfair advantage. Thank you for stopping there, by the way, I appreciate it. I get scared on that call because how tight a turn it is. Don't do it, don't do it. Fucking do it. Saw that coming a mile away. How did the other two ghost through my car? I don't trust it. I am stopped. Leave me alone. That's in the macros. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I'd also agree with no macros. Testing things can be good for accessibility reasons. For scrollers, yeah. See, the thing that I really like about, that I actually quite like about K2 is the fact that if you mash too fast, it cancels your input. So even using controller and keyboard at the same time is not guaranteed fast if you go too fast for mashing both of them. Like, the game itself limits you. Like, again, I have a G502 with an unlocked scroll wheel. We tested that for jokes, and literally that's how we found out K2 has that block. Yeah, that's like the whole trying to get answers out of them in walls of text. It's like, I'm not trying to be mean, and I think I was a bit mean, but it's like, you know, you're not explaining anything and you're being exceptionally vague about everything. It's hard not to feel like, you know, something's amiss. And that's why I've been waiting until, like, I tell you what it feels like. We had this a while ago where somebody came into the community, said, I'm about to do a run with these really sick new strats to get world record. And they wouldn't say what the strats were at all. As it turns out, they weren't anything hot. And, like, they wouldn't explain anything that they wanted to do, which is like, your strats, even if you're going to hold on to your strats, right? Your strats are going to get shown up when you do your run. People are going to know. Speedrunning is a completely community-based thing. It is not about hiding things from anybody else. The second that we found, like, the time skip in Yakuza 0, I posted that shit everywhere. Like, that stuff like that is for the benefit of the community. It's not for you yourself and getting a... Yeah, exactly. It's not like for you yourself just to get, like, world record. And here's the thing. With all the talk of, like, macros and stuff and everything like that, until they can prove that other people can do those strats, I'm not going to accept that run. Because from where I'm sat, they're talking a hot load of air, not explaining anything properly, and if nobody else can replicate those strats, and they've been using macros, what's to say they didn't use the macros in the run? Like, I need actual genuine proof that people can actually replicate what's happening. That's why I asked Dole the other day whether Dole could replicate what they were talking about. Like, a whole big thing about speedrunning is trust. Trust and community. And, like, there's just things that they are saying that just feel off. And I can't put my finger on it. Stop posting videos, you ask for inputs? Yeah. Something feels off. Like, I get life can be keeping them busy right now, but when they said they were going to post, like, the damage stuff and haven't done anything for days, like, something's off. Like, they could just be busy, which is fair. You know, we all get busy in life. I get busy in life. You'll get busy in life. Easy peasy. They said that they had work. Like, but to not tell anybody how they're doing these supposed new strats, because the other thing is the way that they were a bit condescending to people as well. Like, the whole way that... I'm sure they weren't supposed to be, like, condescending to people, but, like, them going like, oh, wow, this runner knows how to do this? What the fuck? Like, almost as if they're looking down on everybody else who's been running the game. You know? I'm sure that's not what they were supposed to, like, sound like, but that's exactly what it sounded like. You know, when they said, you know, oh, Big No knows how to do Kirami cancellings. What the fuck? How are they doing that? Like, it sounded very condescending. I didn't like that tone at all. But I think that's me reading into just things too much there. They just need to share with the community what they're doing. Like, yeah, they've got a couple of videos, but there's nothing conclusive from it. You know? And most of the things that they're talking about is things we've been talking about for years. Exactly, T-Chops. Like... Yeah, and unlike people, like, I will joke about my own runs being free world record. I will say this multiple times, I'll say it again. Fist of the North Star, free world record. Yakuza 0, 80% legend, free world record. Easy peasy. Like, I said that about K2 for ages, and then Oldod has come in and actually done some good work on K2, like, 80% legend, and now has a good world record in it. But, like, I will joke in my own runs about free world record, but I don't like people coming in and saying, you know, just diminishing the hard work of other runners, you know? For my own shit, that's fine. I know when my runs are bad. Like, I'll say this right now. I don't think it's free, But I can guarantee you right now, both myself, Metza, and potentially other people could quite easily come in and get LAD world record right now. I don't think it's easy, but I think it's very, very, very doable. I think it's a good run, but it's got big flaws in it. So I've literally lost minutes to like the last couple of chapters. Finally your time to shine. I've been asking you to speedrun Yakuza for years. I will get you away from I Want to Be the Guy fan games sometime. Yes! I remember like 2-3 years ago joking with you to speedrun Yakuza 0. And hey, look, the game, the run now has shotguns, so it's exactly like you're playing I Want to Be the Guy. And if you do K1, you can pretend that your damage loss is you dying. You just press R to restart. There you go. Easy. Someone seeing running K1 Legend. Like, I will say that their strats sound interesting, but again, they don't exist. They just don't exist. Like, I didn't mean to be as rude as I wanted to be when I said, you know, all your what talk is like hot air, etc. But like, bruh. There it is. See, that's what you want to do. He's busy. Like, it's a long time ago, like, one of the runners, I think it was Key, said something about, like, quick stance. Thank you! Quick stance swapping being a thing, where you can glitch your damage out. I'm fairly certain most runners know this, where if you, I don't know how it works, but if you change your stance, like, the right time, you keep the damage from Beast, but can get the attack speed on Rush. It's really weird. I don't know how it works exactly. I know I've pulled it off once or twice. But I know a lot of us have known that for quite a while there's been something like that in... Why am Marinaga alive, though? Why Marinaga alive right now? Excuse me? Wasn't paying attention? I got this off. How the Morinaga live? Excuse me? What the fuck? Hi, Zala. Shares it. Like, again, that's the whole point. Like, we had to have this conversation like a year ago with somebody. It's actually just the whole point of speedrunning is the fact that it is community-based. Like, you know, imagine trying to hide strats in, like, just imagine that, like, a hot new strat came out for, like, say, Mario 64. You're not going to be able to hide that because everyone's going to know what it is. Like, as soon as you do a run, everyone's going to know what it is. Yeah, exactly. Like, them being surprised that people knew about the Max Crush glitch when we've been doing it for literally years. I don't even know how Lily found that in the first place. Like, basically, like, when this happened early on, this was before we had a speedrun community Discord. Like, it was literally when Lily came in with Kiwami with the Max Crush glitch, the only people in the community, and I'm not joking you here, were myself, Tapioca, and Xana. We were the only 3 people doing Yakuza runs at the time. It was literally just the 3 of us. And even Xana, I don't like you. I like Xana, I don't like this guy. Even Xana, like, had kind of, like, gone away from Yakuza running at the time. Oh, fuck you. I should have looked up. I know it. Like, Lily just came in and just said, like, I've got this strat, and just destroyed literally every single app. Like, that's how it came across. That's how it came, and like, it's like Lily comes in and shares it immediately and says, you know, here's this, and it gives you like massive amount of damage. I had heat. Fuck. I was not there too. I'm losing time again. I love losing time on this speedrun. I'm fairly certain at some point they tried to talk down about Max Crush. I wouldn't be able to find it because of how much text they have. But literally, like, yeah, Lily came in and beat my time by like 30 minutes, and it. Huh? That one was my fault. That one was my fault. I'm not gonna lie, that one was my fault. Hey, goodbye time. Look at that. It's on down over runners. Exactly, like, Friendly rivalry is fine. Like, we all joke with each other, you know, when are you cutting this, when are you coming to this, etc. That's friendly stuff. That's fine. But talking down to other runners and saying, like, you know, you don't know what you're doing or your run is shit is like, what the fuck? Speedrunning is a community-based thing, and yeah, you're not gonna get on with everybody, of course you're not. But, like, you're still part of a community, and the thing about, like, building a community up is, you know, being nice to each other. Can bring Yakuza 4 this year? Honestly, I would like to. But considering we're now back into another streak of failing the bet. Talk down on yourself. Exactly. Shit on your own skill, not anybody else's. Like, honestly, like, I genuinely feel like in the Yakuza speedrun community, probably the nastiest piece of shit is probably me. Which isn't good. But the nice thing is, because of that, there's not anybody that lords it up over anybody else, you know. I see a lot of the time, a lot of runners, you know. X-Play and Dol, for instance, is like the easy two to point out and just say, like, these two keep bigging themselves up in Legend and keep pushing themselves on to, you know, beat their times and stuff. Me and Tap did the same for K2. What was that going in the corner? Like, it's... Don't turn. I hate you. I hate you. I was going to walk past you. I was going to run behind you. Largest of lads. I can get behind this car, fine. Yes. Like... That's a ramp pretty easy to go sub for easy. It'd be nice. I'm assuming that roulette is going to stay because I think there's not going to be anything quicker than roulette. It's such a... Can I use the fence? I could use the fence. It's such a shame that... It's a genuine shame that the sub-story for Tanimura is just so far away. Like, it's a shame it takes so long. Like, it's not necessarily far away, but it takes so long. It sucks. Like, it really sucks. Oh well. Top, bottom, bottom. I'm grateful to invest in speedruns. I mean, most communities are pretty good, but I have seen and heard some things about certain communities. You can also still have, like, a good couple of people in certain communities that do turn out to be a bit stanky. I know there's decent people in the SMT/Persona speedrunning community, for instance, but when I was actually trying to get into Persona speedrunning, I met with some exceptionally nasty individuals that immediately turned me off from ever wanting to be a part of the community. And that's another thing, is that if a game has a terrible community, it is going to push new runners away. And it is going to push new runners away. So, yeah. That's why I don't like people talking down to... I don't like people talking down to other people. Like, it's the reason why whenever GDQ comes along, and I will say it every time, like, a GDQ or a big event comes along, I will always say, if you've got a Yakuza run, you submit it. There is no rules, there is no gatekeeping on that stuff.
Yeah.
You have a Yakuza run, you submit that run. Simple as that. Like, the whole thing that I want to see is more Yakuza runs in big marathons. Like, I'm obviously going to be submitting LAD to RPG Limit Break. When... These fucking fight spawns, though. Like, I'll be submitting, like, Yakuza... I'll be submitting Yakuza Like Dragon to RPG Limit Break. And I hope other people will also do. Like, we made a big effort last year. I say last year, holy shit, it feels like last year. 2 years ago, the last time submissions were open for RPG Limit Break, myself, Tap, and Lily made a big connected effort to try and get Yakuza into RPG Limit Break. Between us, I think Tap, myself, and Lily, we submitted... You're over there. We submitted 0, K1, K2, 6. I went the wrong way. I hate how they're faster than you in this game. I really do. This run is dying. It's not fucking Victory Road again. Fuck.
「
off.
こ
Oh,
こ
no.
から
Oh, go after the ones on the floor. Go down in one. No, you think you're doing? Same question to you. Yeah, there's a lot of speedrunning communities that aren't good, which is a shame. Are you fucking serious? Like, 3 fight spawns already is absolutely terrible. But the trouble is, I don't want to reset again because we're going to be here for hours. Please stop him. I hate this. Yaxify is being mean tonight. Yaxify is being very, very mean tonight. Still save time with Saijima. If I get no fight spawns on Saijima, I can still save time. You know, just casually asking for Saijima Chapter 4 to not have any fight spawns, you know? Oh, God. Yeah, Yaxify and fight spawns are brutal. I'm also worried about Lost Judgments, because I feel like Judgments are also pretty nasty, honestly. So... hopefully Lost Judgments aren't as bad as Judgments. That's one thing I'm really, really hoping for. Oh, that's... I keep forgetting that's not a cutscene. Every time. So I'm just checking a thing real quick on my phone. Fair enough. Lost Judgment comes out in 1 month and 1 week. It comes out on the 24th of September or the 21st if you go for the Ultimate Digital Deluxe Edition. Or the Digital Deluxe Edition. I still don't know how I feel about the whole, you know, Digital Deluxe Editions get the game 3 days early. That kind of crap was around in the PS3 era. I'm not sure how I feel about that. And yeah, I'll continue to do it because as a streamer and as somebody that prioritizes in RGG stuff, you know. Hi, I'm the sucker. I will buy that Yagami-sized life sex doll that you put out. They will never do that. Johnny's would be bashing down the door, as would all the fangirls. Yes, and Kaito. Everybody would be. God, I would hate that now. The trouble with Judgment's fight spawns, and you can tell when you get danger displayed, is that Judgment's fight spawns, the way that it works in Judgment, is that they always spawn as close as possible to you whilst you're not able to see them. So, the trouble is, like, say you're at Tenkaichi. They can spawn ahead of you down Tenkaichi where the draw distance is, but they can also spawn down Tenkaichi Alley, because that's the closest point where you can't see them. But also, when you're coming down Tenkaichi, that's why they spawn on, like, the left and right at the gate so often, is because they literally spawn there because you can't see around that corner. You can't physically see. That's the reason why there's so many fight spawns. And then the Kane gang get involved and increase the fight spawns even more on top of that. So, Judgments is rough. I hope that even if the Kane gang do turn up, fight spawns aren't that ridiculous. And if they do turn up, don't be that aggressive. Because they do get into a fight with you from the other side of the road, and it sucks. Like, they can get into a fight with you from the other side of, like, Nakamichi, and it really, really sucks. Like, I love Judgment a lot, but its fight spawns are its biggest problem by far. And I'm not just talking speedrun-wise, I'm talking casually as well. It sucks. Like, it really sucks. But all the content they look like they're putting in Lost Judgment looks phenomenal. So, I am excited. I'm very excited. Very, very excited. Sex action figure, oh no. Like, I think Lost Judgment is going to be an absolutely phenomenal game. We'll see. We will see. We don't have long to go. And that's the thing. It finally feels for once like, you know, it's a quick release over here because of the fact that, you know, the thing that's really helped is the fact that it's a simultaneous global release, because I don't like this fight spawn. I really do not like this fight spawn. I was talking to him! I don't know why it wouldn't let me talk to the guy. Fuck. Because I knew if I kept going, I was still going to get into the fight. I want my heat coming out of this fight. Who's down? You are. No. I'm getting mad at this run. I'm just not playing well. I'm just playing terribly tonight. No, that's gonna catch me. Oh, thank fuck. Outside the office? Question mark? Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a wide berth around you, fella. I'm not getting anywhere near you anymore. Time to save it tomorrow. True that. True that. I'd at least like to get to Saijima's part. Like, I'd at least like to get to Saijima's part. So, yeah, we'll see with Lost Judgment. I'm very, very excited for it. Again, I'd like to ask people if a story trailer comes out or they release story information, please don't talk about it in the channel, because it's one of those things that I am 100% getting the game, obviously, and I don't want to know anything about the story, because that'll just set up for expectations, and I don't like that. I want to go into it as clean as possible. All I want to know is that Yagami got lost on a night out drinking with Kaito and they ended up in Yokohama. And this is their giant road adventure with one another. Along the way, they found a dog.
So you...
E-I-E-I-O. But I am very much looking forward to the game, obviously. But speaking of other things I'm looking forward to No More Heroes 3 at the end of this month. So, I don't think I talked about my No More Heroes plan. Because No More Heroes is an old series. It was out on the Wii. It's obviously just got re-released on the Switch and Steam as well. I am not going to be doing No More Heroes 1 and 2 on main. But what I might do is I'm considering doing No More Heroes 1 and 2 in my spare time in the next 2 weeks. Over on the alt channel that I have for marathon runs and stuff. So I make No More Heroes 3. Same, but I am also glad that Suda's now back in the driving seat. That was what made No More Heroes so good. So... now is self-murdering again. Nice. Got one going down on his own accord. Please. Nice. Put that down. That one needed the full combo. Keep forgetting about that. Whoops. Good old Nightbot. But yeah, I'm looking forward to No More Heroes 3. So like, I'm gonna do No More Heroes 3 on stream, like, casually. The nice thing is, Suda said it's about a 15 to 20 hour game, which is absolutely perfect. That could be like 2-3 streams at most, which is nice. So we'll be doing that when that comes out, which is gonna be on the 29th, I believe. Then we'll finish off Judgment Legend playthrough before Lost Judgment, obviously, so that we're all refreshed and everything. I would like to do, as I said, OG1, OG2, Judgment, any percent legend, pre-Lost Judgment.
What?
If I can find the time to squeeze in as well, I would also like to squeeze in K1 legend. No guarantees on that one, though. And then when Lost Judgment comes out, you know we're going to go very, very hard on that. Very, very hard. 12-hour streams every day, all side cases, hard difficulty, Japanese voices, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. And then once we've finished our first full playthrough, we'll be speedrun routing it. Which, that makes me excited. It's been a very long time since we've routed a action RGG game. So very, very much looking forward to that.
見張りか。仲間を呼ばれると厄介だな。
今、面倒は避けたいですね。何か策は？あの扉から入ったら見張りの裏に出られるかもしれませんね。
なるほどな。行ってみるか。
サンダー、どっから入ってきたとや。
結局こうなるのか。
ねえ、早急に片付けましょう。
I'm gonna leave him to them because he's half HP already. Excuse me. Thank you. Well, I'm assuming that means the other guy's dead. I hope that means, yeah, the other guy's dead. I'm just hoping Aizawa is stuck somewhere. If not, Aizawa, you gotta deal with that guy. Well, one job, my dude. Alright, take up to level 9 because we want ourselves bounding throw. And we're gonna do it right this time. Heck. Beautiful. Alright. Too close. Oh. So close. Oh. Or about 15, 20 hours too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I'm looking forward to them. Yeah, dear, dear. Learn my lesson, I'm throwing him this time. So I'm gonna make this full. I just want a bounding through. Enough. I don't think it's enough. Should be. Ooh, okay. Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Seemed like a decent fight. Shit on the full combo. Ah, he locked onto him. Nice Kiri. He'll get up, I'm sure. I could stop missing enemies now, that'd be nice. I don't see him in there. He's alive. because he went to get some furniture. Cool. And now we avoid everybody. Don't care about any of y'all. Hey, you. I want to pocket the golf club here, don't I? Yes. Yeah, I think the fact that Suda's involved is going to hopefully make it more like Normal Heroes 1. Thank you. Down. Thank you. Right, so, got a couple on the guy to the right. Get to you. Put away. Dropped the golf club. Cool. This guy is in the way. Yeah, this corner. Why did you aim for him? Curious, swear to God. How did that miss? No. That's not the right guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much. Let's go on the floor. Fuck's sake. I'm just gonna do it now. I'm losing so much time. My God, look at that time loss. Terrible. Hey, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm leaving now. Cool, thank you. Goodbye. Not good. Not good. Not good. I mean, we all expected that after the fight spawns, honestly. Yeah, I don't know how much time save I got on Saejima. I know I also have a lot of time save. Well, ironically enough, it's all Saejima, because it's Saejima's part, and it's also that one bit in the finale that messed up in my PB. I also have a bunch of time save with Shinada as well. So, hopefully. I not mean to be on this side, but I am on this side. It's just not going well right now. Yeah, you walk away, bud. I wish all the fight spawns were large lads because they just can't keep up, which is nice. This guy though. Should be fun. And there's our fight. Alright, we have to take care of 3 specific fights against these guys. Yahata's underlings. We find them throughout the city in several places. Shame. I really wanted Kiri to aim at this guy because it would have ended the fight. Yeah, there's a massive time save in the finale, which is nice. Oh dear, oh dear. It just sucks, you know. I haven't exactly been playing particularly well. Running your city heat went away. Nice. We were supposed to have rain today, but we don't have any rain, and it is very, very humid. It makes me wonder whether there's going to be a thunderstorm again soon. standing outside of my workplace. Every time I get close to a fence opening, I look up to see if there's a fight spawn around. He's alive, lad, he's fine. This is a sub-story. Ironically enough, this sub-story gives us the only item in the game that despawns enemy spawns, but it won't go over to the other characters until the finale, and we pretty much don't play as Kiryu in a non-set piece outside of this chapter. We do once, but it's not worth getting just for that. How did I not go for this guy? Who's alive? What they were doing. I have no idea what that person was doing, just running into the fight like that. So, as you can see, the person who aggroed onto me before that fight is still there. A wonderful, quotation marks, feature of Yakuza 5, or the older Yakuza games, where cutscenes, unless they're like really, really close, cutscenes don't despawn fight spawns. Hi, fight spawn. Bye. Tee-hee. That's why I love these fences right here. They can just block. Shit. They just block enemies from coming after you, which is nice. Unfortunately, this guy is going to be a problem. Someone's my rice on me? Here's our last fight. It's our last fight into Old Baby, a chasing sequence. I swear there was a special way you're supposed to do this fight, but I don't actually remember. I know what I will do. Bounding through the guy. Yes, bounding through the guy, he says. Alright, well, fuck this, I guess. It upgraded! Boy, I've used it too many times. Excellent. This run is not going well. I probably shouldn't hit them here, considering, you know, most of the damage gets done with the bottle. Come on. For a second I thought I had the damage glitch. So, very rarely, for some reason, when you grab the bottles and stuff, you can either do no damage or extra damage. Or in my case, the bottle breaks. It's really weird. Sometimes the bottle you pick up literally does no damage, and we don't have an explanation for it. It just, for some reason, it don't do shit. Also, for this sub-story, you can avoid it on this road. You have to be very, very close to this wall on the right. You have to be very, very close to it. So, that's why we take our time a little bit, just to make sure that we're, like, right up against that wall. And then we're gonna taxi to the bottom left part of the city. Oh. I forgot which one it is. Reverse Max Crush. Ugh. And then we get to, well, there's a Victory Road guy. We get to what I like to call the Road of Hell, because this place is literally hell to run down. There's multiple fight spawns. Putting this guy up my ass. Please don't. Fucking Victory Road. I swear to God. And God, I didn't have any other fight spawns down here. Otherwise, that would have been bad. So that guy. Bye. Yeah, friends are weird on Twitch. You'd think the reply would go straight to the person you're replying to, but no. Alright. I can't remember if I had the infinite ammo fire extinguisher in my PB. I feel like I didn't. So that's something we can do better. So this lovely gentleman wants a couple of words with us, but We don't have time for that, so we're just gonna leave. The guy yells, so we run past him. Do this QTE so that you have less people to have to bother with in here. Kind of dangerous, you know. Fuck. It's terrible. Extra damage. Woo! Fuck it again. I stop fucking up bounding throw. Remember when I said stop fucking up bounding throw? Funny joke. Ow. Funny joke. Funny hee hee ha ha. Funny hee hee ha ha. Not a good joke. I keep failing the punchline of the joke. Ignore all of these. I have to bowl them. Shit, onto the side. You do have to take care of these guys, though. You guarded that, serious? I had a suspicion most of them were pretty weak. So, there is a fire extinguisher here for this tutorial that gives you unlimited ammo. We're going to do a bit of speed tech here, where we're going to attempt to make sure that fire extinguisher stays infinite durability, but only for this bit, unfortunately. So, we're going to grab the fire extinguisher that just fell down. Use the fire extinguisher. I'm going to punch the door with the fire extinguisher, then run backwards to specifically get this text box. We're then going to run towards the door. This is our first instance of text box stacking. By doing that, as you can see, I actually skipped a cutscene where enemies came out of the lift shaft, and instead it means we get to keep our unlimited ammo fire extinguisher. Now, unfortunately, these guys are all being a pain. The only one you have to kill is the guy with the pipe. Shitting hell. I've had enough of this run. Oh my god. I've just had enough of this run. If you can get him, it's a little hard. If you can get him a good angle, you can just shred him completely. You can see how much damage it's doing. There, see? Awful. I'm playing terribly. I'm absolutely playing terribly. Next session, Jordan playthrough? No idea. Not a clue. It'll just happen. Probably not for a couple of days because I'm focusing on the games leading up to karaoke percent that I need to de-rust, like this one. Very much like this one. I love that QT. So good. But it won't be for a couple of days, probably. Yeah, I'm playing really badly at the moment. Like, no excuse. I'm just playing terribly. I'm just playing terribly.
Long
Taxi to work? Yeah. Taxi to work. Dapper, thank you for the host. Hope you had a good stream today. Fuck, fight spawn on the right. No, that's gonna... Couldn't stay on the right because of the fight spawn. I have to go this side. Top option, did we say? No. Second. Second. Yeah, good old long man. Twitter is blowing up for some reason. Okay. Keep an eye out for the guy outside of work, which he's there. I can see him. There he is. Just gonna stay away from him. Cool. There's a chance I might be able to save a little bit of time here. There's actually a big chance I might be able to save a tiny bit of time here. We just go back in the office and speak to Nakajima again, and then we start the final set piece. Final set piece is reasonably long though. And you do need this. Cool. I do need this. That's what we're gonna start with. Alright. I think my big battle here actually was kind of bad in my PB. I seem to remember it being kind of bad. I think I got knocked down once, and I think that I didn't exactly get too many enemies together, if I remember rightly. We'll see. Okay, here we go. This is such a cool set piece. There may not be like a boss to this, but like it's honestly really cool. So, number one thing, you don't want to get knocked to the ground in this part. If you get knocked to the ground, it's bad. I also want to keep an eye on the guy that has a dolphin. I don't know where they are currently. They may have already dropped it. I see it, I think. Or is that my broken one? Could be my broken one. This guy's a pain. Watch out for this guy. Because obviously he has a shotgun. There it is. That's a sword. It's not a golf club, it's right there. Come on. Yeah, watch out for these guys that fly around and try and jump you. Okay. So as you can see as well, with the way the Yakuza 5's weapons work is that every single weapon is very much nerfed damage-wise, but the enemies here don't have that much HP. So every time you use a weapon a couple of times, you can see that it's like leveling up and it's getting like extra things like, hey, you've got a little bit of extra damage with it, etc. So when I get knocked to the ground at the same time, I want to be very careful of gun lag. To the point where I'm just going to chuck him to the ground and I'm going to punch him in the face. I was mashing X there because I forgot I had the upgrade. Should be saving this last guy, that's fine. Ignore the large legs. Yeah, take care of them. You fucker. I'm surprised I got that. This guy, though, he got to die. He's the last one. But he's the one that has to die, at the very least. I wanted the plank, please, so I can... Alright. Enemies here. Good side. Just take care of that. Again, you have to focus on the large ones. I have a plank still? Oh, you're sick. About that. Once you've taken care of a number of them, it'll end. If I can get through this without having been knocked on the ground, I'll be very happy. Nice. Alright, good. This felt like a good set piece at the very least. That's not too bad. I don't know if I saved time or not, but that feels like a good set piece. I do not know how I got that counter off. Like, that was exceptionally lucky. I should have been knocked to the ground and lost time there. I think the trouble is my set piece in my PB was very, very good as well. But this is so cool. This is just so cool. Like, this whole bit feels very reminiscent of like the 75-man battle from Shenmue. But you know, Yakuza. There we go. That's the end of the Kiryu spot. Cool. Not bad. Not bad. I think that was good. That felt pretty decent. I could have used that that last plank, but I think it's okay. I think it's fine otherwise. Actually, I golded that last bit by 27 seconds, so that's nice. That's actually very nice. Okay. Now I'm going to get lost. Now here's the thing, in my PB, I had a fight spawn in this chapter. That's a big time save right there. As long as I can just not get a fight spawn in bloody Kamurocho, we're good. And then I had, I think it was 2 or 3 in his final chapter, which, I mean, should be obvious. If you're wondering why I'm running forward instead of towards the taxi, you have to do this tutorial, so. These guys, isn't it light, strong, I think? Yeah. So it's actually 20 minutes longer than everyone else. There's one chapter where you do literally nothing. Guess which chapter it is. Well, I haven't unlocked it yet, that's right. Let's do this. Punch Suzuki. I am ex-Suzuki, now this man is Suzuki, and the taxi driver is also Suzuki. Everybody's Suzuki. Alright, so, now we pray for no fight spawn. We've got to go to Serena, and then we've got to go to the Batman cages. If I get no fight spawn, that's time save right there. So, as you can probably guess, I'm going to be looking up a lot. I'm going to be avoiding the living shit out of any and all civilians so that they don't turn into a fight spawn. It's okay, geez, second spot. Oh, right. We work on semi-Yakuza 4 principles where some of the options are reversed, but it also has the hotel district as the top option. So, some of the options in 5's taxis are reversed, not all of them. Fight spawn left? No. I don't like this because I can't tell the fight spawns, which sucks. I hate it a lot. It's barkeep detective Date. He's just here to steal the alcohol, that's all. Can't wait for that dream sequence. I can, it's gonna put me to sleep. Why is there 2 of them? That's my only question. Why did they do 2 of them? All you had to do was 1 of them. 1 of them makes sense. Why did you have to do 2 of them? What kind of fucked up pacing is this? I see you. I don't think this... I can't go in because they're cleaning. Good. I'm just gonna, you know... Yeah. Good day to you, sir. I know this is slow, but I don't want to get into a fight spawn. You didn't find Jack. Bye. No, you didn't find Jack. I'm actually Saijima. Bye. Just don't get into a fight spawn in bloody Kamurocho and save time, he says. One on the right. Everything else here should be fine. Okay. Okay, we're good. Whew. Okay, we're good. A little bit slow because I had to walk, but honestly, faster than PB. Probably should have seen better days. I'm done. Right. The first prison training sequence. The first one is easy to remember. The second one is the one that I always forget. Every time. And the Yakuza speedrun is super fun. It actually is. When the game lets you play, it actually is. But there's a lot of frustrating aspects to it. What? Excuse you? I want everyone to gather up so I can do the double square, like, combo. But no one's gathering up. There we go. That's a bit better. So remember that time save I said I had? Yeah, it's gone now. Fun. I'm just gonna punch people. Thank you. No. Grab hands over here. Needs to stop. Terrible. Which the time you say it doesn't let you play a lot. A lot is the problem. Probably like. I mean, obviously the running around sections are still gameplay. I'd probably say it's... It wouldn't surprise me if it's quite close to 50-50, honestly. Imara. Oh, there you are. Imara. I hate this, I have to remember. And we want the old dude, right? I think we want the old dude. This first part, thankfully, is very, very quick and easy. It's the one after this one I always forget. And I struggle with because it puts me asleep. And we want this dude over here. We're about to see this dude a lot. Yeah, I'd say it's probably quite close to 50-50, honestly. Why did they put Saitama in jail again? I know why they put Saitama in jail again. Why did they put Saitama in jail again? Baba is here! Baba is here. Oh boy. Shady inmate. I bet he's a real nice gentleman. Bet the text is just being prejudiced against him. Nope, he's not a nice person. Surprise. Alright. It's dream sequence time.
Sure. What? Me. Oma. Oto. Ama. Toku. Daga. Oma. Do. So. Ji. Kore wa. Tsumari.
That's also paying something. Yeah, that's fair. So am I. that's why I have late responses as well. They waste time in first such was in prison. They might actually have to come up with an actual story for Saitama. They're kind of surprising, I know. I think the actual plot in the prison is fine. It's just it's so all the gameplay stuff is just so pointless and meaningless. Like why do we go like I get why we go to the dream world. I think the dream world does work in retrospect, but like not twice. For the love of God, not twice. And then you just have the hunting chapter. Like, I think that the hunting is good, and I think it's a very good side activity. But forcing you to do 3 rounds of the hunting is just mind-boggling. I'm not talking that because of speedrun terms. Like, in casually, it drags the pace. It's like the dumbest, most stupidest thing. Oh, yeah, this... If you've never seen the original version of this on the PS3, every end of the street is horrific because every end of the street has this blinding light that's as bright as the lava was back in the OG PC port of Dark Souls. Like, it is literally eye searing. Orange juice. This has all been... Pull one out for Tap, who routed all of this by reloading the last section again and again and again and again to figure out which the quickest dialogue options were. Let's go square triangle. Like...
No.
Pull one out for Tap for going the distance and figuring out which of these were not even overruns out of the time in their day. Right to a date. All circles and then don't fuck the next bit up. I think I did in my PB actually. So 4 circles. It's at least nice. It's at least nice and easy to remember this next bit. 'Cause it's all circle. It doesn't say that much time. I only say it's a couple of seconds, but hey, every little helps. We are speedrunning. We are speedrunners after all. We go for these dumb little time saves. Do something. Leave. Hell yeah! I want to go home, back to the dream world, baby. If only let me keep this 10 million. Okay, so now it's karaoke, isn't it? Yeah, at least this one is like the safest thing you'll ever see. It's not like walk into a corner at a specific angle to make sure you can get past a specific NPC. I'm still upset that the Yakuza 0 and Yakuza K1 Out of Bounds don't do anything. So it's a genuine shame. It's an actual genuine shame. But these games really, really like you staying... They really, really like you staying in the boundaries of the video game, which sucks. You must follow the mission marker, or you're not gonna get anywhere. Also, K1's Out of Bounds is one of the easiest out of bounds I've ever seen in a video game ever. It's stupid. It really would have. And it feels ironic that the guy who steals the ring is the person that we, you know, go out of bounds on. But massive shame it literally led nowhere. And it's unfortunate it's not like Zero's Out of Bounds where you can go to the outside part of the map. You can just get out of the boundaries of where the game wants you at the start, which is a shame. Never seen this before. You'd remember this because this happens twice and it's terrible. I'll eat those just to get my HP back. I don't really need them, but you know. HP helps. When it's taunt us, yeah. It's just a shame. Like, we found out thanks to Yakuza 4 that these games really want you to stay on the pathway it tells you to stay on. Like, Yakuza 4, so ironically enough, the man you're seeing right now, Saejima, in Saijima's section in Yakuza 4, in his 4th chapter, right at the start, when you're leaving the forests, there's a invisible mission marker on the bridge, which leads into a cutscene. You'd think that, you know, you're always going to walk into that cutscene. There's a very tiny bit to the left where you can actually avoid the cutscene marker. I hit it during a run, and we found out that's before the bit where you have to walk through Kamurocho. And we found from that literally, unfortunately, you can't do anything, because that's the bit before the cops are supposed to kind of like properly turn. So, shame. Oh, you have a lot more HP, that's why it doesn't work. Hit this guy as well with that. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? But it's just a shame. So we were able to run around Kamurocho during a point we're not supposed to be able to run around because the cops are supposed to be everywhere. But unfortunately, you can't go ahead and skip like anything else. Like, we can go to like the hideout and stuff, but there's no trigger for like Kido and his dialogue. We can't go to like anywhere else and like skip any story stuff. We can't go to like the Millennium Tower and just do the ending, unfortunately. It's a massive shame because like it's very, very easy to do. And then there's cop skip, which is not easy to do. Oh shit. Baba bench. This is the bit that I always forget. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't remember. But it is the Baba bench first, because everyone's hanging out over here. Bleachers man. Right front corner man. Two dudes talking by the sign man.
Yeah.
I think I know who those are. I know who Bleacher Man is. Bleacher Man's easy. But we're supposed to talk to 3 NPCs in this bit, and they don't tell you which NPCs. This is the Yakuza 0 problem, but very contained. Because this is the problem where you have to speak to... You have to find the specific things, like the alcohol. But we're after 3 specific NPCs, of which none of them are marked. Yeah. It's the Yakuza 0 problem of, God, this is boring. Why are you doing this to me? I want to say it's these two? Oh, shit. Is it you? No. Fuck. Shit. I swore... I think it's those two, but they don't appear until after you finish speaking to everybody. Oh, shit. No, I've completely forgotten, and I hate this. It's this guy. You can tell because you walk. And now these two are talkable too. Yeah. I hate this bit. I hate this bit so much. And we're not done is the problem. Something for you guys, front left corner, go outside shed. Okay, I know 2 of those. Yeah, Cub Skip does exist, which is nice. It's just impossible to pull off in an actual run. Well, it's not impossible, but you need a shit ton of luck, and by the time you've messed around trying to pull it off, you've lost an extra 30 seconds. If we had a way to guarantee... It's you. I know it's this guy. Thank you. If we had a way to guarantee, like, the NPCs pushing him out of the way, then it'd be a lot easier. Was there one of these guys over here? Yes, nice. That's the one I was trying to remember. Yeah. And finally, the guy in the middle. Cold guy. Well, next to the cold guy, I should say. Nice. Yeah. Baba bench. So I'll find out for that. I hope so. I hope so. It sucks that it's like completely random. And also, if the cop gets pushed back this way, then that massively sucks. As time as cops save, it saves like 30 to 45 seconds. It saves a lot of time. It stops you having to go onto the rooftop, down next to Serena, and then down into the underground car park. It saves you from doing all of that, which is pretty big. Like, it is genuinely pretty big. Because bystander spawns use camera angle. Yeah, that's what we were thinking at the time. But it's so hard to tell. You're right. Yeah. Front fence, left side. This guy? This guy? This guy? Yeah. I know this set of inputs, but I won't tell anyone. You're using macros. Oh dear. Yeah. Like I shouldn't be so hard on somebody that's actually like trying to help the community, but they're not exactly trying to help the community. I don't know how close you can be. I ain't risking it. I'm just taking the thing. I've wasted enough time in this chapter already. It's like about here. I know you can start a step this. I'm not risking it. Fire stancing. I refuse to say what stancing is. Cop skip can be done via using the trigonometry of the sign, the camera angle positioned at exactly 279 degrees to the southwest. I like to call this what the fuck skip. Clever name, integrates every part of it. Wait, what bit's next? Oh, the cop chase. Oh, fuck this next bit. This next bit sums up everything that's wrong with Saijima's part. So the next bit that's coming up here is literally, you're gonna love it. If you've never seen a Yakuza 5 run, and you've never seen Yakuza 5, it is as stupid as it's about to look. So, Baba supposedly didn't murder a guy, but Baba got caught with a chisel in his hand. So what we're trying to do is prove Baba's innocence by finding out who the chisel belonged to. So, we're using this old man's help because he's apparently like the secret lord of the prison or some shit like that. So, we got this mysterious envelope that we gotta go give to this cop. It has something inside. The thing that has inside is a note that says you cheated at K1 speedrunning. That is gonna make him really mad and he's gonna chase after us. So now we have to keep the cops busy by running around in a circle for 60 seconds. I'm not joking, we run around in a circle for 60 seconds. I don't know what you want from me. Peak gameplay. This is the problem that I have with Saijima's section. This literally is peak gameplay. You've been running around speaking to everyone in this prison. If you go through the dialogue, like through the actual game itself, you take like a good 30 minutes here. Peak gameplay right here. Let's now give you a random chase section for 60 seconds that you win by going in a circle. Oh, that guy might stop me. Ooh, obstructions. Peak gameplay. Saijima's section is so bloated and so filler. Like, I really like Saijima's gameplay in this game. I think that Saijima plays way better in this than he does in 4. But where's the gameplay? Where's the gameplay? Please help me. Please help me. What am I supposed to do? Could have been an email to the Yakuza section. Yeah, like, I get the whole, you know, we're trying to find out what's happened to Baba, and it's not supposed to be as easy as you walk across some guy that says the thing belongs to Kugihara, but it very clearly belongs to Kugihara, and it takes us 20 minutes to get to that point. Reminder, we haven't been in a fight for, like, 10 minutes at this point, and that's in a speedrun. We went through an entire dream sequence that didn't have a fight in it. If you were doing this... Oh, no, wait, it did have one at the end. Whoops. But without that fight there, you literally haven't fought since Kamurocho. And you have just sat through a dream sequence that does literally nothing. However, we do get to have fun with Kugihara. So, I need to get Soul to level 3 for stability. So... stability. And then it's tech, question mark? Yeah, tech to level 8. Getting that will get us up to super triple combo. And Kugihara is, yeah. So here's what you do. Bounce Kugihara. Oh, sugar. Bounce Kugihara. Punch Kugihara. Oops, Kugihara's almost dead. Please don't guard. Surprised that killed that man. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Time save! Told you so. We're now only a second behind. We literally just saved 1 minute and 11 seconds. Told you so. God, my Saijima was terrible in my PB. Minute on the auto scroller. Listen, I hope you all didn't look at the fact that, you know, I kind of loaded past the 60-second chase part. I know you all don't notice these things because, you know, who remembers the 60-second chase part? But I conveniently didn't have it in my run. Who knows how? Who knows how? So I hope you all really enjoyed the first chapter of Mindless Meandering, because here comes chapter 2 of Mindless Meandering. Welcome to actual plot. This is good. This is actually good. So Kosaka here, he is the warden, but he actually knows exactly what's going on and wants to help us. Imagine actually coming across a good prison guard in a Yakuza game. Saito would goddamn cry. So the nice thing is, for some reason, this is the only thing that is a bit weird. Kosaka calls us out here to have a private conversation, and then decides that this isn't private enough, so let's move elsewhere. Why didn't we start in the shed? Why didn't we start the conversation in the shed? I extended it at the hostess club, and I also had the fight spawn. So that's, as I said, I had time save in that chapter. It's just a shame that I've come out of Kiryu's part like a minute behind, when I know I can be a minute ahead after Kiryu's chapter 2. Like, I just played Kiryu really badly. So if I can somehow not get a fight spawn in chapter 4 for Saejima, then I'm gonna save literal minutes. Then I just need to play Akiyama as well as I did before, and then I need to actually play Shinada, because everything that had anything to do with Shinada in my PB was absolutely terrible. So probably Vixen, probably. Saying Shaft by Chat for Saejima. Hey, I've seen that happen to Tap once, just once. only one time. Listen, it's kind of like that one point in LAD where, you know, mathematically Ichi can die. Is it likely to happen? No, but it could happen. Also, here we go, Dream Sequence Part 2, yes, because you didn't get enough of this the first time around, but for some reason, here we go again! If you really wanted to show off your new city for more than one chapter, crazy suggestion here, maybe make it 2 chapters. Crazy, I know. You know what you could have done? You could have had chapter 1 and 2 in one chapter, you know, I know why you've got the Kamurocho bit, so you have some actual gameplay, which, honestly, keep that in. Consolidate the dream sequence to just this, and obviously the fight after, because that's actually plot important, would you believe? I know that's kind of shocking to hear. And then just have the break out of prison bit, you know? You can have Kugihara as a boss fight. Like, you can still fit that in. But... Or just make the prison section shorter. And then you can still have your chapter dedicated to hunting, because you really want to put Saejima's hunting in the bloody run for some reason. Not in the game for some reason. You can just have that as chapter 2 instead. And then split the Tsukimino bits between 2 chapters. That way you get to actually play around in this city for more than a singular chapter. Because my god, this bit is terrible. Camellia! Watch me get hit by this car. Nah, just kidding. I got this. I'm good at this. Camellia, thank you very much for the raid. Hope your stream was good. You are joining us for the most awful bit of Yakuza 5 speedrun. Saejima. Where... I'm not joking you here, jack shit is gonna happen for the next, like, 30 minutes. Well, we're gonna get into a fight here, but... Yeah, this bit's just terrible. Like, there's not much you do outside of, like, this one fight in the set piece coming up, so... That's about it. It's terrible. I wish it was better, but it's not. So, it sucks. Yeah, Camila has a new song. Yeah, they're sick. But yeah, hello everyone, coming from Communities. I'm Froob. I speedrun Yakuza games. Surprise, this is a Yakuza game. This is Yakuza 5. It's the longest Yakuza speedrun. I just saved a minute, almost a minute and like 15 seconds to get back on track. So now I'm gonna hit these guys with a bike. Yeah. So the reason why we're doing this is to level up this bike specifically now to get some extra weapon damage. It'll happen at level 3. Here we go. On. It'll happen in a bit. Don't worry about it. I actually thought it was supposed to happen there. Either way, Yakuza 5 does some weird stuff with its weapons in that every single weapon that you use in the game is way weaker than any other weapon in any other Yakuza game because you have to level up those weapons by using them. The nice thing is, two-handed scooters are still stupidly good. Now, here, I want to try and get a specific iron pipe off of the enemies, because that's going to help with some of the heat actions coming up. The trouble is, you can also get wood pipes from these guys, like wood sticks. That's a wood one. You can tell which one the iron pipe is by the sound it makes when it drops. So once you've taken care of a couple of enemies, also you have to be careful not to hit Baba. The way to tell who Baba is the people who are on your side, you and Baba, are the ones that aren't wearing hats. We're not playing Team Fortress 2 here. I'm also missing, which doesn't help. Now thankfully, after you take care of some enemies, you use this giant pipe and you take care of most of the enemies. I'm now going to try and push them towards the other side of the courtyard to try and make it so that this ends a bit quicker. Every so often enemies will grab you, which is a massive pain in the ass. But yeah, you can see that for multiple enemies, the double light, double strong combo, or single strong combo, is really good, because it just cleaves through them all. Really, really strong. And then for single enemies, that combo. Baba, if you could, yeah, bring everybody over here, that'd be nice. This is actually not too bad. We're not exactly like super far. It does work. Oh, this might be a bit closer. Most of these enemies are now pretty weak because they've been hit by me or Baba. And the last two. Cool. Not exactly the furthest along I could be, but as long as you're like a little bit towards the door, that's fine. By the time Baba's dialogue is over, look, we're at the door, so that's nice. Not too bad. Another fight coming up here? Yes. I just want to do the same here, don't I? Oh, I do. I wanted to try and get 2 iron pipes, but unfortunately I only got the 1. 1 is fine. I do want to equip that now, just in case. I'm just going to have to use less heat actions in this bit coming up. There's a couple of these guys in this fight that have high HP bars, so you just want to be using more of your... I think guard a lot as well, which really sucks. You want to be using more of your single or triple combo just to hit as many as possible. Since they don't dodge, of course. I hate this bit with a metric passion. Yeah. I hate this bit so much. This bit sucks. So the nice thing is when you use Saijima's charge attacks, you can see that I actually get a little bit of hyper armor. Alright, time to body Kugihara again. Not skip the cutscene. So Kugihara goes the exact same way that he does in the first fight. We built up our heat in the last, obviously, set of enemies. So we're going to do the obvious. We're going to grab Kugihara, dump him on the ground. He has a bit more HP this time, so he's going to take a little bit more to be taken out. But you can see the damage. I'm going to hit these guys while Kugihara dances around me for a little bit. And we're going to bounce him again. time for luck. So unfortunately you do have to take care of everybody, not just Kugihara. You. And this guy's holding battle, which is good for me because he's not going to guard any of my seal. So, very nice. Very nice. And now, unfortunately, we have to skip a very, very nasty cutscene where essentially Saejima just destroys Kugihara's arm. He ain't getting that back. He ain't getting that back at all. Then our friend here has a gun. Sure. Turns out he wasn't lying about being an ex-detective and knew how to shoot a gun. And now we get to, yeah. This. Yeah. So, we're now going to be driving on this snowmobile. Some reason it keeps bucking the snowmobile sometimes. I don't know why. It's pretty weird. I think it's the high FPS that's causing that. But we are going to be going along here, hopefully not hitting any trees or walls. Very important that we don't. And when we get to a certain point, just to make this even more exciting, wait for it. Just letting you get used to the snowmobile at first. Here's some dudes that somehow knew we would be coming out at this time, and they're just waiting in the snow. I don't know. I don't know. Have they also just come out of the side of the walls, by the way? That's the best part. Try not to hit any trees or walls, and we should be good. That's why you don't want to hit the wall. It slows down considerably until you land on the floor. Maybe just sat there waiting for me because I slowed down. And there's a tree, so you just hit circle and everybody dies. The end, except here come more of them from the walls. There's a bridge that looks like you could fall in, but you actually can't. I'm actually surprised I got hit by that Molotov. I'm gonna lose a lot of time here, which really sucks. Playing kind of badly. They're just coming out of the walls. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, defying the laws of physics. There's a bunch of rocks. Now we get to the bit where you have to speed up. It's not me letting go of R2, by the way. I'm holding R2. It just, the high FPS or something makes you like stop start for some reason. I don't know why. And there we go. Alright. And now for what is actually one of the cooler fights in the video game. Who are we going to fight out in the wilderness? Why, we are, of course, going to fight, you know, giant fucking bear. No. No. So you can only hurt the bear in the face, not the back, which is a shame. It's got a really reinforced ass. Understandable. So if you have stability, you can actually, like, be able to hold your ground against the bear when it does a few attacks. With like QT, that's fine. Where'd the bear go? What's the bear doing? That's what. Now we fight the bear again. It's supposed to be a bit more aggressive at this point, but it kind of just does what it wants. Nice. That's a bad hit. Shit. Started well, did not go well. I'm gonna get dead. Please. Just one hit. And Bear's gonna completely yeet us into the sky. To which point our only response is, of course, punch the bear. Punch the bear. Yeah, losing a bunch of time. It was a bad bear fight. It was a bad bear fight and it was a bad snowmobile. Yeah, not surprised I lost a bunch of time there. That's fair. That's fair. I can save a bunch of time in chapter 4. Now for the most pointless, boring chapter in the entire game. We're gonna be here for like... 15 minutes, and nothing happens. We're not gonna do any plot. We're not gonna get into any fights. Welcome to the tired, sleepy part of Yakuza 5. Even better than that, once you're past the tired, sleepy part of Yakuza 5, you have the worst chapter in the entire game in terms of difficulty. By difficulty, I mean RNG. I mean, not that RNG. Not that RNG. I've forgotten what to do in the hunting section. Sakurai upstairs. Sakurai. Fair enough. So we gotta go talk to specific villages in order, starting with what should have been that guy on the right. I can't see him at the moment. Oh, he turns up, doesn't he? That's right. This is not Sakurai. This is Nishina. He's a villager here. No one's happy that we turned up in the village because they're all being harassed by that bear we punched out. Literally, just send Saejima to punch the bear. We'd be over in 5 minutes. Like, I don't understand what the problem is here. Hello? I was gonna say, I know you speak to me from this angle, you know. This is Sakurai. He's also a member of the village. He's like, hey, you shouldn't go to the mountain because there's a bear, but Baba is lost. We gotta go save Baba. I gotta go up there. Forgot it was the top option. Now here's the thing. Despite the fact that this is one of the most sleepy chapters in the entire game, if I do this chapter wrong, then the run's over. So, it's not quite as simple as turn your brain off, don't do anything, because I gotta go do stuff. We need a specific amount of money to be able to progress the story in Saejima's section. So, if I don't get said money in this chapter, I ain't gonna get the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, if you start not paying attention during this bit, then you're gonna lose a big amount of time, and you're also not gonna get the things that you need. Yeah. The first part is nice and easy at the very least. Okay, diamond plate in chapter 4. With the amount of fight spawns we get in that chapter, easy peasy. Save Baba. So, fun fact. Walking slow. Rolling snow. Literally, it's a lot faster to roll here than it is to walk. It will be fast to walk here. Not yet. Give it a bit. It's just not quite yet. So we're just gonna, you know, roll in the snow. You know, our HP is draining because we're cold and we decide to, you know, rub our bald head in the snow. Always the way to keep yourself warm. We just gotta go find Okudera and Baba. And when we waltz up here, we're going to find... footprints. Footprints. Human footprints. Well, no, bear footprints even. Ah, bear prints, footprints, human prints, they're all the same. The bear lives here, it's his house. I'm surprised there weren't bear prints here. And then, oh no, it blood. There really isn't much to commentate for this, but it literally is not. It is literally just roll to your destination. That's it. As I said, this is just the bland part of Yakuza 5. The next chapter will make up for it with one of the hardest chapters in the entire run. Oh, hey, it's Baba and Okudera. They don't look too good. Baba just had his eyes open at the start of that. Like how we asked whether the bear got him. Clearly the bear got him. He's covered in his own blood. Oh, excuse me. So, Baba's now back at the cabin. And if you thought that was the end of the hunting section, boy, are you wrong. So, all of this is not story outside of find and help Baba. This is all an introduction to Saijima's side story. Every character in Yakuza 5 has their own side story. Kiryu's is obviously taxi driving. For Saijima here, it's hunting. Now, I quite like the hunting casually. I think the hunting is actually pretty cool, but yeah, in the speedrun, it does clog things up. And as much as I like the hunting, it really is a pace killer in this game, alongside everything else inside in this section. So, we're going to head out. And we are going to go see Sakurai again. Once this lady has told us about storing meat in the snow.
違います。
And they're being really nice to us, which is good. So, speak to Sakurai again. So, we're going after Okudera, who's gone back up the mountain. But to do that, we need some actual snow gear. Tracked animals. It's to stop the food from spoiling, but like, you know, bears.
Literally
live in a fridge. Yeah. Alright, and with that, we go back to Sakurai, and we're going to go back up the mountain. And we're going to get taught how to hunt. Now, you are supposed to pack the meat before you go, otherwise the game won't let you go, unfortunately. Now, this is the part where if you mess up, this can cost you the run. So, we're going to have to be a little careful coming up here. So this is just teaching you how, obviously, all of this works in relation to, like, your gear, your equipment, stuff like that. So, we need to take some meat. There we go. Once again, we are still slow, so we want to roll everywhere. This is in a second the bit where we do have to be a little careful. Here's Okudera, just standing around. Please don't tell me you stole them. Okay, so the game is going to teach us how to use gun. So we're going to press circle to crouch. There we go. We're going to press the button to reload our gun. I'm looking toward that rock for a reason. We're going to shoot the rock. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is dangerous on a mountain. I don't know why I did that. Don't ask. Where the heck is the rock? Oh my god. We're very turned around there. Very, very turned around. So we're gonna be running over there, but I want to reload first, just in case, because I got a thing that we're gonna have to do coming up. Am I faster when I'm standing up? I don't know. Alright, so this is a hut. You can repair these if you have a hut repair kit. They act as kind of like checkpoint places when you actually do this properly. As it says there, if you die, you can start at a hut if you rested at one. You can also leave via the huts, so it's kind of nice. It's kind of quick. You can and should sell items you acquire. That's the game not so subtly telling you that you need money coming up, and you do need money coming up. So, hey, look, rabbit prints. Should have waited to reload after this, but... So, don't mess up shooting any of the animals. If you do, you're losing time. Actually, you lose the run if you do. Because you need to sell these for money. So... as we get around the corner, we're going to find not a rabbit, but actually a deer. Now, you need to make sure you kill 2 deer in this bit. Ideally, shoot it in the head. Apparently, you can shoot it in the heart, but fuck that. It's a bit close. Oh, shit. Now, you probably won't get the second one here. That's fine. You only need the one here. But we need to make sure we get another deer on the way back. If we don't get a second deer on the way back, we will not have enough materials to sell for money. And then we won't have enough money for the rest of the run. And this is why this bit is important. This is where we make our money for Saejima. So, I'm gonna reload. So I can have 2 shots in case I mess one up. Now, you don't have to shoot the one with the antlers, but the antler one gives an extra chance of dropping some antlers, which would get you a tiny bit more money. It's not necessary. You see them over there. The antler one is closest to us, which is nice. You must make sure you actually take out one of the animals. Will do. Antler makes it so that I'm 100% secure with money, so that's good. Launching an MMO, yes. But the antler ones aren't always guaranteed to drop the antlers, so... But by making sure you kill a second deer on the way back, the run continues. Leave the mountain. Cool. thought that was the end of the hunting section.
Hi, Froob. Keep up the great work.
Hello.
Your streams are always great because of your personality and humor. Also, can Seijima solve bear problems in other games like P4?
You don't want Saejima turning up for other games because you'd get a lack of plot direction. Thank you very much for the 3 months, Blu-ray. I appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words as well. Yep, ready to go. So, here's the nice part. We can now finally run faster than we can walk. Which is good. It's like a bunch of bears near to that would be helpful. So, this guy is actually a seller. We can sell to him some of the stuff that we catch, which is the entire reason as to why in the run we need to shoot a second deer, because we're obviously going to sell the stuff from the deer to him and get enough money that we need for the next chapter. Because you need 50k for the story, a little bit more for taxis, and you only get given 30k by Baba in the next chapter. Stop rolling. But yeah, now you can see running is faster than rolling. Hooray! Thank God for that. So here comes a massive bit of RNG. I hate this bit. So we're now going to get taught how to use snare traps and the like. So you can see there's a trap over here. So this is how you can catch rabbits and foxes and the likes. So you have to run up to the trap site, choose the type of trap you want to put. We only have a snare. I don't know why the camera's going up and down. I'm not doing that. Promise you I'm not doing that. So what we want to do is you want to put down traps in every single location. That one that we put down is going to be the one that gets the actual rabbit inside of it. So I don't know if there's any way to make this go faster. I keep saying this every run. I really should look at Tap's run here. But essentially, if we're close by, I don't think you can get any of the game to land in your traps. Also, he's saying shoot bears. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here specifically. The game's going to stop me for a second. I'm just going to run a little bit more. And run back. No. See, the one that we planted first is the one that I'm looking for, but I can't remember like when it's supposed to turn up. There it is. You can see it. So as you can see, in the distance, we've actually caught ourselves something there. I don't know if running against that text box makes this appear faster or not, or whether it's just like a certain time frame. But that's kind of why I sit next to that text box. Right now, here's the interesting part. Bear! So, here's the thing. The bear wants to kill Okudera, and story-wise, it needs to kill Okudera. So it's going to go after Okudera. So we're going to try and push Okudera close to the bear, and we're going to pray that the bear gives Okudera a hug. Come on. Hug him. Beautiful. That's the fastest you can get, because, yeah, the man just gets his head chomped off. Bear RNG. Good stuff. That is literally the fastest you can get, because the bear decides to chomp on Okudera's head, and that's it. The problem is he has a couple of other moves he can do, like he can swipe Okudera, knocks Okudera on the ground. That causes more time loss, because you have to wait for Okudera to get up and get hit by the bear again. You know the drill. So, the nice thing is, the bear decided to nom on Okudera's head, and we're fast. Here's the even nicer bit. Thankfully, that's the end of the hunting section. When I told you we were going to be here for like 15-20 minutes, I wasn't joking. Baba is alive. Alright, so with this, we're now healthy enough to travel back down to the village. to the town. The dream town we visited twice. Literally all this chapter was waiting for Baba to get healthy. Which I can understand why. I introduced Sajima's side story, but this bit is such a pace killer. Like, a lot of Saijima's part is just a pace killer. The start of his first chapter, really good. Then, literally, everything else just slows it down until we get to the next chapter, which is happening in, like, a minute. So here's the thing. We gotta go find out that the... Am I going the right way? I am. We're gonna go find out the roads are open. And on the way past, we are obviously going to be meeting up with the trader. And we're going to be selling all of the items that we just got from hunting, which hopefully gives us a minimum of... Stay out of it. You don't get involved with other people's shit. Hopefully have a minimum of 20,000 yen, which we will do because I got the antlers. But you're supposed to do missions for this guy. Honestly, I really like the hunting stuff casually. Like, I actually really, really like the hunting stuff casually. But there we go. 26k. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Speak to this guy. He tells us that the taxis are now returning to the village, which as you can see puts the pink arrow back on our minimap, which means we go back to Okadera and we tell them we're going to town, and that's the end of this chapter. Finally. Finally. But I do like the hunting stuff casually. It's just, like, when you think about it in terms of the story, it's such a... It just sucks all of the, like, the emphasis out of, like, you know, the reason why you escape from jail. It's so bizarre. It just... I don't know. Like, I like it, but it's weird. So we're now about to finally get into the actual meat and veg of Saijima's part, and unfortunately, this meat and veg is... Wow, nice time save. This meat and veg is also the hardest chapter in the entire run as far as RNG goes. So... You saw this place when it was very, very blue. Now it's an actual real place. This is Tsukimino in Hokkaido. This actual, like, this center square here is actually a very, very famous landmark. You can go here in real life, go visit the place. Now, so here's the problem. We've talked a little bit about fight spawns in Yakuza 5, but this town right here is infamous in Yakuza running. If you've ever felt when getting to this bit that the fight spawns feel particularly, like, nasty, they are. There are a couple of places in this city where on one street corner, and I'm not joking you here, you can have up to something stupid like 5 to 6 fight spawns. I'm not even joking. You can have, like, 3 or 4 of the people that stand around, one of the group of people that squats on the ground, 1 or 2 people that spawn in a crowd of pedestrians that you don't know about. And the worst part is, because it's the PS3 Yakuzas, none of those other fight spawns get despawned when you come out of the fight spawn. Which means you get into one fight spawn, you can set off a chain reaction of every single fight spawn. You can hopefully just walk past them, but it is obviously slow. They don't spawn just yet, thankfully. Try not to bump into Baba. That causes Baba to stop and lose time. We have to follow Baba to the end of the street here. It's very nice now that it's not blue. Very, very nice now that it's not blue. It's really, really pretty, actually. I quite like this place. I've said this a couple of times. I will keep saying this more times. They need to reuse these maps from Yakuza 5 in new Yakuza games. Because a lot of them would actually work straight up in the Dragon Engine as they are. Like, obviously, you'd have a lot of work to texture, stuff like that. But as far as, like, the layouts, I mean, like, you wouldn't have to expand on stuff that much. Like, honestly, these towns work really well. This would fit in the Dragon Engine so well. Like, genuinely. Now, let's talk about the other problem with this place. It's not just the fight spawns. It's the fact that we've escaped from prison and the police are looking for us. Which means that at certain parts of the city, as you're about to see over the road, they're a random stationary policeman. Now, the nice thing is, this one you can just sneak by to the left here. That's a fight spawn, I think. I think that's one of those if you walk into as a fight spawn. I might be wrong, but I'm not going to risk it. Because that was where my first fight spawn was in my PB. I'm amazed I had what was essentially 0 fight spawns on the way here. That's a shock. That's a big shock. Lowering the camera does not affect spawns, but as you can probably see, what it does affect is civilian spawns. So, the problems with the remaster is that because they're running on stronger hardware, and this is actually PS5, not PC, we'll get into that in a second, but because they're running on a stronger version of the game, they spawn in way more civilians than they did in the original games. So, it's the bar next, isn't it? So, do I speak to Baba or do I leave? I'll leave, yeah. Thank you. So there's our 30,000 yen, as we said. This is going to make it so that we can actually do stuff in this chapter. But yeah, it basically stops a whole bunch of civilians from spawning. And civilians in Yakuza 5, there's Tatia stalking our apartment. Civilians in Yakuza 5 suck, because not only can civilians hide fight spawns, but as you saw there, they stop you. So here's the problem with Yakuza 5 fight spawns, is that they blend into the civilians as well. What looks like a civilian spawn can actually be an enemy. Top option? Top option for this. Good. So, in essence, it is kind of helping with the fight spawns, but it's not affecting the fight spawns. The fight spawns will still be there, but it's now a lot easier to see what is and what isn't a fight spawn. Like, look here at civilians, there's 2 fight spawns. The one at the very end saw me? How did you see me? So again, I would like to reiterate that Yakuza 5's fight spawns are massively aggressive. I could sneak to the left of this guy, but there's a chance it will get into the fight with him, so I have to go around him. Wow. Call me a shithead. Now, the nice thing is he's a larger lad, which means he's not going to be able to keep up with me when I run past him. But because that saw me all the way there and there was a second fight spawn, I had to walk all the way here, and that's not the nasty corner. So that clump of people that just went past us there could have had a fight spawn, for example. Like, we just don't know. Now, we're here because we want to basically find out what's happening to Majima. So, there's a secret casino in here. We can't find out what's in there until we either beat this guy at pool or pay him 50,000 yen. And now you understand why the previous chapter was so important, because that's the only time you can make any money before this bit. Thankfully, this guy will now tell us of a way to get into the back. So, we need to go north. This is a problem. This is a problem because we're going past the nasty fight spawn places. We need to get ourselves a casino pass. We need to speak to one NPC in particular who's going to start us on our merry quest. That's a fight spawn right there, the guy next to the scooter on the left. This guy in front also might be. He might be one of those walk-into ones. I'm glad he wasn't. He's running at me because of that. That's why he yelled, "Don't move." Glad he de-aggroed fast. That's a fight spawn ahead of us. This guy. He's not one with the thing above his head. There it is. He was 100% a fight spawn. Like, when you play this game enough, that guy on the right there, he's a fight spawn. So is this guy. Okay, I can sneak past because of my vision. Please no enemy here. Please no enemy here. Please no enemy here. Nice. So you can have a fight spawn right next to this cop. I had it in my PB. There was no way to avoid getting past him on the left here. So that's time save already. Thank God. This is the nasty bit, because we have to run through the nasty fight spawn areas. This guy's a fight spawn. This guy right here is a fight spawn. I guarantee you right now he's a fight spawn. That's why I'm giving him a bit of space to go past me. If I bump into him, it'll turn into a fight. This is 71. Yeah, it was 100% a fight spawn. Yeah. Like, it's one of those that, like, when you play this game enough, they look like civilians. But the nice thing is, you can kind of tell who they are after a while. But it's still, some of them still hide. Some of them are still, like, just really hard to see. Like, the fight spawns in this game suck. And in this city, they are the worst. This guy, coming up next to me, the masked guy, he's a fight spawn. Guy on the left is obviously a fight spawn. I'm going to take it slow because he saw me early. Again, if I get no fight spawns in this chapter, I'm going to save a good minute. I could have ran a bit earlier than that, but I was a bit worried around the corner. See, if that guy was a fight spawn, there's nothing I could do about that. Like, okay. 7 scattered losing tickets is what we get told from this. Yeah, that was nasty. This is the problem with this city in general. Like, Tap is the world record holder, by the way, for Yakuza 5. If you ever want to watch more Yakuza runs, go follow Tap. There's a whole bunch of Yakuza runners in here currently, actually, like, Big No-No, Tap. I'm gonna... Oh, that's not a place we can walk. Shit. It's this one. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. I want this taxi. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't look away until I'm over the road. Look both ways when you cross the street, folks. So, yeah, chapter 2 was punching the bear. Bear refight sub-story. No, I won't. That's a lie. Hello. I want to go on the left because I'm not trusting the right-hand side of this guy. If you get too close, he will go after you, so... So this is a little... It should be fine because he's a large lad. Fucking hell. This guy's a fight spawn. This guy right here is a fight spawn. So, 7. Third option. Scattered. Losing tickets. Now here's the problem. And the good thing. Those fight spawns are still there. So we know exactly where they are, but now we have to get past them. The other way. Thankfully, he turned around. That's the nasty thing about that bit, is we specifically taxi that way to not go via the top path where there's, like, the 6 fight spawns. You're on the right. The one I could probably walk past here. Yeah. I think I could have just kept running on the left-hand side there, but again... I don't like this chapter, and if I just take it a little slower, I should avoid all the fight spawns and just go a lot faster. We'll see. Naro, thank you for the host. Welcome to the nastiest RNG chapter in Yakuza 5. Chapter full of ridiculous fight spawns. But I get to punch people in this room, so that's nice. I had to punch these guys, which is good. I'm actually going to hit record, just in case my net cuts out. It shouldn't do. Thankfully, this new router seems to have done wonders for my internet, which is good. Okay. And then it's the big, long set piece, isn't it? The majority of this chapter is, ironically enough, an actually, like, large set piece. That's not the Like, there is a massive set piece that happens in the chapter. It's pretty much like, I wouldn't say it's half the chapter, but it's one of the longest set pieces in the run. Or in the entire game, actually. Actually, that's Saejima in general. He seems to have the longest set pieces. If you think about it. So now we gotta go back. Which means, you know, walking past everybody. Now, the fight spawns, because we went into the place, have now all changed. So all the fight spawns that you saw before are not the same anymore. So now we have to go back and be just as careful as before. There could be a fight spawn along the way here, so just be very careful. I believe it's this guy that we just passed on the left. I'm fairly certain that is a fight spawn right there. I've forgotten which taxi option is the top option. Second, that's one. Why are so violent in this game anyway? It's the turn of 2012. You know, the host clubs and all, they're all going under. You know, recession, all of that jazz. They hate everybody. They learned that, you know, they can't make money with their face anymore, so they're going to make it by breaking the faces of other people. No fight spawn here is nice. Tats is still outside of our building. We don't do tats here at all, other than Kiryu where it's mandatory. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, so there is Speed Tech coming up. It's the most amazing speed tech you'll ever see in any Yakuza run ever. I joke, there's actually, like, this is the most unimpressive shit. The interesting thing coming up here is, so here's the thing about Yakuza 5 Speedrun. Yakuza 5 Speedrun, I talked earlier about the fact that 0 and K1 don't have an out of bounds that works in the run. 5 does. This game actually has proper out of bounds. You'll see it coming up. Most fun Yakuza game to run. K2, LAD 6 is my top 3 at the minute. So, we're going to go scope out the place where we're going to go and kidnap this patriarch of this Yakuza family. I don't think this guy's a fight spawn, but he did worry me for the way he moved there. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Because the cops. You fucking moron. You fucking moron. You have to go this way to avoid the police hit. So here's the thing, right? For the longest time, for literally years, we thought that in this bit here, you had to always do the snowball fight minigame, because you have to run backwards, because that's the only way you can go because of all the cops. Here's the thing, there's a second way to go. North. North. By going north and crossing the street, you've literally skipped the introduction to the snowball fight battle royale minigame. That's it. That's the speed tech. What you want, that's the speed tech. That literally saves you like a good 45 seconds to a minute. It was Metza who found that, I believe. So yeah, that's the speed tech. But I don't know. It might look unimpressive, but honest to God, it saves you literally like 45 seconds to a minute. It saves you a shit ton of time and a bunch of really nasty fight spawn places. So good. 6 over K1? K1, I don't like K1. Me and K1 don't get along is the problem. Runs good today? Not really. I lost a minute in Kiryu's section when I should have been saving like a minute. Saijima's been going okay though. Saijima has been going okay. And the nice thing is we're now in the big long set piece, which means that the RNG of fight spawns is now gone. So the nice thing is I've just done this chapter with no fight spawns, which is actually fantastic. Like, genuinely fantastic. Now we do have to take care of everybody here. You probably saw it on the right hand side. There's a scooter here. As I said earlier, we were using it to try and get it to level up to get its damage. We want to take care of, preferably, the main leader of this fight, who I've already lost. Because when you take care of the leader, the other enemies basically react. Now, be very careful here when running through here. You can very easily run past the next story point. And the problem is, if you run past the next story point... I went the wrong way. That actually helps a lot, because I don't accidentally mess up. If you run this way and run past the story point, you can't see him, but that cop right there will see you ahead of time. So... by me going the wrong way, that actually saved me there. We are, of course, in the spirit of Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. Santa Saijin. I don't know why we can't just run past, like, that way, but we have to go specifically this way and get into another fight. Thankfully, this fight, would you believe, has an electric scooter right at the entrance. Nice hit. So ideally here, you just want to use your strong attacks. You can see that it, like, covers a massive area, and also takes care of the vast majority of enemies. I did not mean to use it again, but I did. I mean, if you like sadomasochistic runs, you should really like 6s. So again, we're going to take care of the main guy as early as possible. Did he make me drop it? He did. Ow. I hate this man. If I can just get him on the floor, which I should just grab him at this point, honestly, because he's just going to guard. Like, he's just going to guard everything. On the floor, punch him in the face. I also want to do a couple of heat moves, because I want to build up my extreme heat. Everybody fears, so as you know, when the enemies go on the ground, that's when you can hit them in one hit. Kill them in one hit, even. But you see that red bit next to my heat at the top left? I want to make sure I build that up ahead of time. Oh, hey, look. It's another one. You can't quickly skip this fight, but you can the fight after this one. So again, we're just going to try and hit as many enemies at the same time in this fight. That's not great at an angle. That is. Put these two together. Now these enemies spawn, and I'm going to show you the quick and easy way to deal with these guys. It's not the scooter, surprisingly enough. You just run. For some reason, they don't put the invisible barrier on the end of that fight, and you just leave. Simple as that. That's how you deal with that fight, is just leave. Like, so if you're struggling with that fight on legend difficulty, just walk away. You know? It's like the famous phrase says, you gotta know when to take the fights. You know? You gotta know when to keep your distance and walk away. Sun Zhao's the art of war. Unfortunately, we ditched the amazing disguise we had. And we're going to be getting into one last fight. Well, for now. One last fight in this set piece, I should say. You can see Electric Scooter on the left. This guy is a giant pain in the ass, so he's the one I'm going to be focusing on. See, he even guards the scooter, and then does this to me. You know what? You're going on the floor, and I'm going to heat attack you, and then I'm using the bike against you again. That's what I've decided to do with you. Because again, he's the leader type, so take care of him, and everything else will fall in place. Okay, I hate you. I actually physically hate you. Go away. Baba took out an enemy and leveled me up. Thanks, Baba. It's not the direction I want to go in, but... Shit, I should have hit him on the floor. Oh, what am I doing? That's just cost me time. Baba, kick him! Baba helped me with my bad decisions. Baba is useful. Once. Alright. So. That's going to be the end of the set piece, but we're not done with this chapter just yet. Coming up is going to be the chase sequence where we initially found the bottle damage glitch. And I hate saying that because it sounds like something that's useful. It's not. It's actually a bad thing. This is a bad glitch. Usually when speedrunners talk about glitches, we talk about good glitches. This is a bad glitch. This is a very bad glitch. So. We're going to have an important conversation with Kitakata here, the local Yakuza boss, next to these conspicuously large windows that are overseeing the street right here. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Idiots in this game. Everybody is an idiot. Literally every single character. Like, I get that the last thing on your mind is that you're gonna get shot by a sniper, but come on. So, we're basically getting the gist from this is that Majima ain't dead. Surprise. Okay. So, he gets shot by a sniper, and we're gonna have to go and chase the gunman down. The gunman is definitely nobody you've ever seen before. I've never seen that person in my life. No. More the first bottle. So, during this bit, we're going to pick up this bottle. You babble. So we're going to be grabbing this bottle, and we're going to be using it as a normal weapon. And we're going to hopefully not have the damage glitch. The damage glitch basically makes it so that that bottle does no damage when you hit this person. You do want to do a little bit of damage, otherwise you're not going to be able to finish this off. That should be enough. He's going to run real fast, which is nice. As long as you get his health low enough, then he won't make a second loop. Now, you can get a actual helpful damage glitch here in that you do extra damage with the bottle. Again, don't know why. None of us have ever been able to tell you why, but like one time during a run that I did, I got like extra damage and then it happened to tap after that, and it's just, it doesn't help because once they're down to 1 HP, as you can see, you still have to keep running along here. Alright. Surprise, the shooter is Baba. Baba is assassin. Baba has good fight. No. So, we're gonna grab Baba and do the cookie harrow. Bounce him off the floor. And punch him. How'd you do? Again, building up our heat, as you can see. And I'm gonna go and grab the scooter and hit Baba. Try and keep Baba on the ground for now because Baba's about to go into phase 2. That's gonna hurt a lot. Not bad. Wow. Baba phase 2 just interrupts you constantly. Like that. He grabs you, he throws you, he has hyper armor. You know the drill. That was actually a pretty good start for a Baba fight. I'ma bounce him. Because yes. And he attack him again. Because it does a shit ton of damage. Because Saijima's heat attacks in this game do a stupid amount of damage. As long as he doesn't grab me, we should be fine here, actually. Oh, that's a shame. That also sucks. I'm gonna bounce him again. That's probably the play here. I don't think I need to scooter him again, but one more time. Yeah, should be good. That's the battle fight. That felt like an okay battle fight, apart from the end. The end wasn't great, but the rest of that battle fight, good shit. Ouch, that boy is dead. I don't know how you survived that. Like Sapporo. It's, it is. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Which is really cool. Like, Yakuza 5 uses a lot of places, Neat. Alright. Cool. Cool. Okay. Cool. Cool. I just saved a minute there. Cool. I'm mad because I should be multiple minutes ahead at this point because of the Kiryu's part being terrible. But, well, if you were wondering why I kept saying I had to have no fight spawns with Saijima, there you go. Could have done it better still, but there you go. Now here comes the third playable character, which, oh boy. Yep, it's Haruka time. Now, here comes the other sleepy part of Yakuza 5. In the speedrun, there's a bit of a problem. So, watch this. Every single bit of Haruka's gameplay counts as a minigame. And as you already know, you just skip minigames. So, we literally sacrifice all of Haruka's gameplay to go fast. Here we go again. No. No. Run me again. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
What?
But what about not doing damage? Is that a glitch?
You.
Yeah, like, everybody complained about so much more in the base game. Than the speedrun, we found a way to skip all of it entirely. Now, there is only going to be one section of Haruka's that we can't skip in terms of the actual rhythm minigame stuff. And it's a shame, because I actually really like the rhythm minigame stuff. But to go fast in speedrun, we sacrifice Haruka completely. Now, there is a bit of speed tech to Haruka's section, because Haruka is really dumb and slows down for some reason. I don't just mean, like, gameplay-wise. I mean, when she's running around town, she slows down. Hopefully you won't see it. So, we have to keep resetting Haruka's, like, run animation to stop her from slowing down. I don't know. I can't tell you. It's just stupid. Mac wants to do revelations. Now, Fun fact, we're 2.5 hours in. We're just before the halfway point, and we're about to get our first break section of the run. This bit here is going to be a walk and talk between Haruka and Horie, which we can't do anything, so I'm going to take the time to go use the loo and get a fresh drink, so I will be right back.
はるかちゃん、毎日頑張ってるね。
いえ、私今までこういうことやったことなかったから、人一倍頑張らないと。
そうか。そやけどはるかちゃん、レッスンっていうか芸能界自体入ってまだ半年くらいやろ。それであのプリンセスリーグ決勝まで勝ち進んでるんやもん。これってものすごいことやで。さすがあの社長が見込んだ子やな。才能ってやつなんかな。
そんなことないですよ。まだまだです。今日も怒られてばっかりだったし。でも気を使ってくださって嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
いえいえ、どういたしまして。ああ、やっぱりはるかちゃんは笑顔がええな。そういえばこっちの学校はどう？もう慣れた？
どうかな。
あんまりうまいこと言ってない？
勉強はなんとかついていけるんですけど、あまり友達が。
そうか。これだけ忙しかったら一緒に遊びになんかなかなか行かれへんやろしな。
はい。それとこういう仕事してるっていうのが気になる子もやっぱりいるみたいで。
そんな奴ら気にすることないって。妬んでるだけやそんな。
My hernia is going ape shit, so I need to have an omeprazole.
やっぱり変なのかも。私のしてることって。
はるかちゃん、僕らの仕事はお客さんに夢を与えられると思うんや。一アイドル好きとしてさ、はるかちゃんのステージほんまに魅力的やと思う。せやからっていうのも変やけど、もっと自分に自信持ってええんちゃうかな。私はアイドルですってなんて、はるかちゃんより怒られてる僕が言うても説得力ないね。
そんな。
はるかちゃん、僕はマネージャーとしてまだまだ半
So
人前や
there's
けど、
not much to
これから
talk
精一
about
杯サポ
when
ー
it
トするか
comes
ら。
to Haruka.
頼りないかもやけど、
Haruka is
仕事だっ
literally
たら何
I
で
ain't
も言
kidding
う
you
て
here.
はい。
Go from point A to point
よ
B.
ろしくお願いしま
That's
す。
it. That's all we
堀
do.
江さん。
こちらこそ明日からよろしくね。
The finale of this game
Oh,
is so
ちょうど過ぎ
long.
たね。
I can literally save minutes in there. I think with how Kiryu's part went, I don't think I'm on sub X play. I don't think I'm on sub X play speed, but if I do well with Shinada, and I actually do solo skip this time, I think I'll come in about a minute behind X play. If my Kiryu went better, I think I would be on X play pace, but I don't think I am. Messed up too much. G-Engine 5 times speed Haruka section. I'll just install that on my PS5. I mean, I guess my PS5 is technically speed hacks. The nice thing is, the PS5 doesn't seem to, for these games, doesn't seem to have many advantages over the PS4 Pro version, which is good. Like, it's definitely a lot more, word's hard. It's definitely a lot more closer than, say, like, the Dragon Engine games. Which is very, very nice, obviously. There's literally not much to talk about with Haruka, which sucks. Yeah, exactly, Hoxie. Yes, it does save over vanilla PS4. That's what I came from. Obviously, slowest is PS4 base, and then PS4 Pro and PS5 are pretty much similar. I think at most the only time save, get out of here. The only time save you're gonna get per cutscene is like 0.1 of a second at most. Like, there really isn't that much difference, which is nice. I just suck at the older games. The Dragon Engine games are my bread and butter at the minute. Although there's a couple of them that can be quite easily beat. Again, I think both me and Tap would agree that K2 can be beaten by, like, probably like a minute. Not easily, but probably beaten by like a minute. So if you see me like starting every so often, it's because I'm stopping Haruka from slowing down. Although I'm not doing a good job of that right now. I'm gonna get back into the groove of that. Tap. Yeah. LAD, my summer best for LAD is like 6 minutes below my PB right now. So that can be beaten. And I would say that Judgment could do with a little bit more proper routing, because there's just not that many runners of Judgment. Judgment's always felt like something that I feel like I've missed something there, but that's not saying that... I do feel like, my current route for Judgment is pretty nice. I just feel like there's something missing. I don't know if it's the extracts, but I feel like something's missing. Crap, any fight for other characters. It'd be insane, wouldn't it? Yeah, and PC, ironically, for 3, 4, and 5 is slower. Which... You would honestly think, and it is the case in pretty much every single Yakuza run, apart from 3, 4, and 5, that PC is faster, and LED. So the PC versions of 3, 4, and 5, or at least for 3 and 4, add a special pause option to all cutscenes, where you can't turn that off, but it basically asks you if you want to skip the cutscenes. So you can actually pause the cutscenes in Yakuza 3 and 4. Now, personally, from a fan of the series point of view, that should have been in the remasters in the first place. Like, some of the cutscenes in 3 and 4 are stupidly long. But the problem that 3, 4, and 5 also have on PC is that their loads are just naturally longer. We don't know why. You would assume that the loads would be faster, because PC. But it's not. Now, the good news, in terms of load stuff, for the very, very first time in the series history, we have load parity between PC and console. We have load parity between PC and console, thanks to Like a Dragon. Like a Dragon on PS5 and Series X, not the PS4 or Xbox One versions, but the actual PS5 and Xbox Series X versions that they made specifically. Those ones right there have load parity with a high-end PC with an NVMe drive. No joke. I have tested this extensively. Like, I've actually tested this extensively. It's insane. It's insane that consoles finally can, one, run the Dragon engine really well, and two, we finally have load parity. The downside is we don't have load remover. So, they're still superior on PC because of the load remover for speedrunning, but if you're gonna run on console, you're not missing out on any time. Like, real time is still there. So, that's kind of nice. Time run LG on PS1 when it comes out. Yeah. Honestly, like, I've said in the past that I don't feel like we should split between consoles, but part of me feels like we should have a filter or something that splits PS4 and Xbox One with PS5 and Series X. And I know that's going to split the runners up a little bit, but like, if we could make it so that we could have them still on the same leaderboard but just filterable, I feel like that would be, like, as a variable or something, I feel like that would be a better option. Because, like, there is going to be a ridiculous difference, and there is. Like, it would probably suck for me. There's not going to be that many PS5 runners, but, like, if you look at Judgment as it is currently, where everything is allowed on the same board, there's not many runners anyway. By the way, about so much more. Yep, surprise, you can skip the Princess League stuff. When I said we sacrifice all of Haruka's gameplay, I meant we sacrificed all of Haruka's gameplay, including poor Dolce Cameo. Like, it would suck for me, but honestly, I want whatever is best for the actual speedrun. I want whatever best for the community. Don't really matter since you have like hundreds of runners. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, Like, SRC has its built-in filter stuff for platforms, which honestly isn't amazing, but it's still there at least. Like, certain console runners that keep labeling their runs as console world record. Don't spoil me. They keep labeling their console runs as console world record when my base PS4 time from 2 years ago is still beating them. Probably need to use that feature. Not naming names. I mean, yeah, the reason why... I mean, I'm not in charge of, like, the leaderboards for Judgment. The reason why we never separated the remaster and the original is that the actual base game itself, completely the same. Like, there's no difference to, like, the content in the game itself, although obviously some of the some of the tail segments are, like, quicker by 10 seconds or so. So... that's us trying to get info about K1 speedrun. Christ. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, it's kind of weird. It is good YouTube fodder, no lie. I'm just glad that I saw the foresight ahead of time, because, like, I started doing custom thumbnails on my YouTube videos. I'm glad I've had the foresight ahead of time to make 2 thumbnails. One for world record, and one that has replaced the word world record with PB. Because, you know, half the time that shit's getting beaten. Like, I know I'm gonna be beating my own LAD, like, PB. So... I'm glad I had the foresight to make multiple thumbnails of the same thing.
Yeah.
Do not wish to be perceived, damn. The other thing that you need to do as well is spam tags on YouTube. Because that's apparently... wait. No. Second. That's apparently the way that you get seen on YouTube, is just put a bunch of tags on the video. I'm pretty bad at resetting her running cycle while still, you know, keeping momentum. Gotta practice. I want to do it every couple of seconds because she throws her head back every couple of seconds or so. Like there, she just slowed down there. I don't know why she slows down. Oh yeah, like I always go back whenever anyone beats my times and remove it. The only times I haven't is accidentally on Twitch when the VOD's been like 2 years old or something. I mean to go through hundreds of Twitch highlights? Jesus Christ. No one watches highlights on Twitch anyway. They watch the past like broadcasts, which is understandable, but people just don't watch highlights and stuff. They do some of them, but just not all of them. And that's kind of why I made a YouTube for, like, my PB highlights, because people watch... I agree as well, if people prefer to watch, like, the highlights on YouTube, because, like... I think Twitch's VOD player got a good couple of updates, but Twitch's VOD player is still ass compared to YouTube. Like, very much so. Oh, by the way, when I said we skip every element of Haruka's gameplay, so... this is us in a dance battle against Akari to see who Christina will teach as a dance instructor. We literally just quit without dancing, and Christina thinks that we're a better dancer than Akari. That is how you destroy your friends' hopes and dreams, folks. Yeah, the nice thing is, anything that, like, runs on Twitch, you can thankfully just export via Twitch, which is nice, but... when you have to like, whenever my internet goes down, I have to put my VODs together. I've had to do this for Judgment. I've got a LAD one I'm doing tonight. The problem is they come out, if you want good, like, quality, like 30 odd gigabytes. And it's like, oh, it works. I've been using it for years. That's how I do it most of the time. That's literally how I do it most of the time. You just hit export and then you just leave. Like, that's it. You come back later, you get an email saying it works. Like, yeah. Yeah. Switch export, literally just highlight what you want. Like, just highlight the PB and then just hit export when it's done highlighting. I don't know if you have to wait until it's finished highlighting, but I always wait until, like, Twitch has finished, like, the highlight on its own side, and then I do it. I don't know if that's, like, actually important or not, but, you know. 48, I'm pretty close to your face. Wait, you have to do it like 5 times? Really? Huh. How weird. That's bizarre. I wait until Twitch has finished, like, properly highlighting the VOD, and then I do it, and I've had no problems on that end. Yeah, I've never had that problem either. That's bizarre. I think I did used to have that problem a couple of years ago, though. But I think it fixed itself on its own accord, which is weird. Waiting 24 hours? I mean, I am, but before I was an affiliate, I definitely didn't wait the 24 hours, and it still worked. I don't think there's a limiter on when they allow you to export, other than obviously your contract with Twitch if you're an affiliate or a partner. The VODs are theirs for 24 hours. Not that that doesn't stop some streamers from doing it. I've never heard of anyone being called up on it either. I mean, look at Kokarnage. Kokarnage gets his VODs up within, like, the hour that he's finished on Twitch. Like, I don't think anyone's going to call Ko out for it. And I think if Twitch wanted to, you know, reprimand Ko for it, good fucking luck. But I still, the way that I do it is I like having, like, content for YouTube, so I stagger my highlights, like, every 4 days to a week, depending on how many I have spare. So at the minute I got, like, 4 or 5 spare, so I could put it up to, like, 4 days. I used to usually have it for, like, just 1 a week. I always have it at 1 a week when I'm doing bad at my runs, but at the minute I've done a bunch of runs that were easy and will be easy to PB again, so Kenzan, Ishin, 3, 4. This? Question mark? I think? Yeah, same, T-Chops. For a typical Yakuza PB on YouTube, I will make £5 in ad revenue. Which is £5 more of ad revenue than I see in a month from Twitch. For an entire month. To put it into perspective, the amount of ad revenue that I get on Twitch in a month is about less than £1. Seriously, less than £1. You get basically fuck all ad revenue on Twitch. So you get more ad revenue for YouTube, but that doesn't necessarily mean that YouTube is good. YouTube's ad revenue stuff has been going very, very downhill lately, apparently. Again, it's the same as the conversation we were having earlier. That's why you'll see a bunch of, like, YouTube content creators just move over to Twitch, because, like, live streaming, like, there is still a place for YouTube content, and there is. Like, I still think that, like, good edited videos still have an audience on YouTube, and I think it will for a long time as well. But YouTube has been getting worse and worse of its creators recently. Like, you know how we have a moan about Twitch sometimes? It's the same for YouTubers with YouTube. Like, we're all in the same boat in that, you know, we're kind of being taken for a bit of a ride in times, and it's not good. I should probably explain what I'm doing here. I'm hammering circle, because circle only gives you 3 correct answers, and that stops us getting an extra prize at the end of this, which causes more time loss. It's funny because I have been told before to set up a Patreon for, like, actual, like, non-donation, like, actual funding. But my problem is that I'm the kind of person that doesn't want to just put up a Patreon just so, like, you can support me elsewhere as well. I'm the kind of person that would want to offer actual content for Patreon. I wouldn't want to make up like a Patreon and just say, I ain't gonna do anything with it. I'd feel scummy taking people's money for something like that, you know? Can I run here? I guess I do. I don't know. There's no notes for this bit. It's literally just... Oh, I do go home. Yeah. It is literally just... Follow the waypoints. That's the speedrun here. I think this list... See how she stopped there? That's my fault for not resetting her position. I think this list is... Same as Zero's? No, it's not. It's different. I mean, at least you have something marketable for merchandise. I don't have anything marketable for merchandise. I would love to do merch, but... I don't know. I got nothing. I don't have an OC, I don't have a mascot, I don't have anything that I can do. Outside of slap an emote on a shirt, but even then, it's still, you know... Those emotes aren't exactly, you know, above board in the first place, because they're using licensed characters, you know? You know? It feels like a bad idea. Neat. Yakuza Sonas. You joke? I have seen that on Twitter recently. You can imagine. Face printing on a shirt? But I don't want my face printed on a shirt. I don't like my face. Alright, route change. We're going down this alleyway. Because there's now a sub-story at the end of the road. And it automatically starts. And these people and the plant are in my way. I hate this alleyway with a passion. But it's faster. Let's avoid this one as well. The beard part of the face on the shirt. Oh my god. Abs and all. Same. Well, I think I'm a bit more Shimano. I could rock Shimano's eyebrows. Look at my eyebrows. If I didn't actually do my eyebrows every day, I could rock Shimano's eyebrows. My eyebrow game is on point. Thank you very much.
No.
I should have printed on my face. That would be very, very awkward. Just imagine like you had like a tie-dye shirt and all of a sudden tie-dye is just... You look cool.
Cute.
I see X character. The 7th chairman of the Tojo clan wants to beat Kiryu Majima in a fight at the same time, but doesn't talk about it. I'm getting bloody fucking... Wait, which one am I doing? Shit. Civic event. Fuck. Back. So many button presses, god damn it. It sounds like the Sonic fandom in a way, doesn't it? Like my OC is faster than Sonic, but they never get talked about because they're faster, that's why. Yakuza Sona generator now, oh my god. Was that part of the run? Yeah, pretty much. I'm surprised I saved time in the past chapter because I didn't exactly run very well. Gambling batting center Linkin Park. You've got to get real meta with it, like gambling batting center and Haruka Salamura. That's the goddamn Omi Alliance tease set. Damn, I didn't realize you had Nishtani's character biography. Yeah, the actual, like, Shen's, like, the only person that's ever, like, drawn me. And the actual artwork that Shen did for that Yakuza thing was absolutely phenomenal. I should ask if I can steal that for myself. Hey, Shen, can I steal your drawing of my face? That's how the conversation goes. Can I steal my face from you? Yes or no? Be $50. Honestly, pretty cheap. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Honestly, it would also help for kind of marketing thing, because like my channel icon is Vogo from bloody Gravity Rush 2, and my Discord profile picture was for years Jotaro from All Star Battle, and is now Movie Majima. Way to build relationships, yeah, pretty much. But on the lawsuit, you have to say, you know, you're doing it for the exposure. You know, you have to really get really scummy. You have to really become scummy about it. Hey Fast, hope you're doing well. God, I hate that. I still can't believe the year is 2021 and people still want artists to do things for exposure. Like, are you? Stop. Stop. Movie Majima is a good choice, you're not wrong. But it would be nice to have something unified for like a brand, you know? It's the thing. But yeah, it's like, I've heard, like, somebody... I think somebody asked, one of the artists I follow recently if they would do a commission for 0 money. Which is like... Hello? It's a commission. They are taking the time out to do the work for you. You have to pay. If not money, what are you paying with? Because exposure ain't it. Yeah, it's not a commission, that's a request. It's different. Speaking of, it's my birthday in 3 days. Therefore, I'm commissioning you for free to do free artwork for me. Thank you. That's the extra scummy part, is you then use the blackmail of, but it's my birthday. God. Awful. I genuinely don't understand how people think that they can get away with, like, asking for free commissions. It's just... bleh. Also, I don't understand how people keep spawning in front of me in this part. We'll get to more exciting parts in the speedrun in about 5 minutes time. Yeah, about 7 minutes time. Hey, camera broke. I'm breaking the camera here. Oh my god, she actually got so far she disappeared this time. I love breaking the camera there. Ah, dear, oh dear. What came next? I actually don't remember what comes next. Is this the... bit with Park? Like, we go pick out clothes and stuff that don't lessen? Park? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes. I am UK based, yes. Yes. I mean, good, yes. I did play Like a Dragon, yes. I've done Like a Dragon casually. I did a full playthrough of it when it first came out, and I also have the speedrun world record for it, which should get easily beaten by both me and Metza. Exactly, Ozzy. It's my birthday, you have to do things for free. God. Yeah, I absolutely loved LAD. As somebody that grew up in, like, the 90s and the early 2000s with, like, turn-based JRPGs, LAD was fantastic. Like, absolutely fantastic. Adore that game so much. This Haruka, choose. So, all of the things that you pick here have literally no bearing on anything whatsoever at all. You can't even, like, this isn't an equipment, like, outfit for Haruka. This isn't even anything that you can do anything with. You can give them to hostesses. But you can't do that with Haruka. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a weird bit. We're just going shopping. And then we skip cutscenes, and unfortunately Park meets an unfortunate end. Alright. The worst part of the speedrun coming up right here. Remember when I said you sacrifice every single part of Haruka's gameplay? Unfortunately, that also means Taiko. Which is a massive shame, because Taiko is stunningly good. But no taiko for us. In the speedrun, you sacrifice every part of Haruka's gameplay. It is upsetting. It's very upsetting. Oh, the Olympic thing? Yo, nice. Yeah, I remember seeing the pictures on Twitter about that. It's a massive shame because like I used to live in Reading, which obviously was only like 20-30 minutes away from London on the train. I had so many opportunities like to just go to London like every weekend. It was fantastic. But now I live in the Midlands somewhere. I live in a very remote village and it's a pain in the backside. There's nothing around here. If I want to go to London now, it requires 3 different train changeovers and it will take like 3 hours. Makes me upset. Makes me upset. You're lucky? Nice. Yeah, it sucks trying to get anywhere near London from up here, unfortunately. Whereas Reading before was so good because, like, it was just the train hub of the entire UK. Like, if I wanted to go to Wales, I just get on a train. If I want to go to London, I get on a train. If I want to go to the north, I get on a train. Now I have to get 3 trains just to get to Reading, just to get to London. What's the Sonic running race of it? Ah, that sucks. Then again, it is Sonic. Sonic is the fastest hedgehog around. Actually, speaking of Sonic, that shocked and terrified me today. For those who don't know, it is the 4th anniversary of Sonic Mania. Today. 4 years since Sonic Mania came out. Where has the time gone? It doesn't feel like 4 years. It really doesn't feel that long. It feels like 2. 4 years since Mania. Mania's so good as well. I kind of want to try speedrunning Mania. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to try speedrunning Mania. Year or 2 is Mania Plus. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, absolutely crazy. Some people village, you go anywhere by train at night and look out the window. Looks like you're in the loading screen. There's nothing. Yeah. That is the nice thing about being in this kind of remote places. It is quiet. I wouldn't consider my extended family quiet. I want them to go away, please, so I can get some sleep, thanks. Not surprised I lost time there. I played kind of badly that chapter. Hey, we get to play the video game again. Oh yeah, this is the different strategy for this fight now. Now I remember. Forgot this new strat existed. It's Akiyama time! Heck yeah, Akiyama. Covers where they could really mess up the sound. See, at least when these things happen, they get very quickly forgotten about, because I completely forgot that happened. Like, there's been so many gaffes of like conferences lately. I'm really happy that the Lost Judgment reveal, like, I'm really happy that was good. Like, I had a lot of worries when that was coming on that it wouldn't be good, but it was very good. This man behind me is alive. I needed to use the heat action. I love losing time. I love doing the slow move that makes me lose more time. Well, that's a bit of time loss. So as anything interesting, close to an hour. Wait, that's true. That's one of the nice things about living, like, kind of close to London. Ooh, excuse me. It's just like I've been searching for a job for like 6 years, and like I'm very lucky that I lucked out with streaming because like there's nothing for me here job-wise. Like literally, the average age of people that live here is like 40, 50. Like, there's no jobs, so it's like it's really bad. And like the problem is, like, if I want to go to the nearest city, yes, that's what I want. If I wanna go to the nearest city, it's literally going to cost more in wages. Like, I'd run out of wages within 3 days of, like, working that week if it's a normal, like, 5-day work week. Like, the train fare alone would be too expensive. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, so, oops. Where am I? Blackjack. There you go. 3? 5. I thought 3 sounded wrong in my head. I thought 3 sounded very wrong in my head, though. had to quickly look at the notes. I was like, wait. I looked at 15 and I was like, that's not right. I don't buy 15 blackjacks. I buy 15 towners. You leave me. What? What? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Should have just gone into Don Quixote. I wanted to go in here anyway. I should have ran in here. It's about that time save. Hello. 15 tower and the pluses, please. Next. Alright, it's timing. No more fight spawns, please. Don't be standing outside. Don't do it. Don't do it. There's always one around this corner. I think this guy on the right that we just walked past, I'm fairly certain that's a fight spawn. I'm fairly certain that was a fight spawn. Well. Welp. Yeah. I kind of agree. I kind of miss living in Reading. Like, it's kind of funny because, like, when I grew up, I was like, you know, I want to move away from Reading. I want to get away from here. And now that I have no choice and I am away from Reading, I want to go move back there. like, it's kind of funny that, like, as somebody that used to have severe agoraphobia that didn't want to be near people, I didn't want to live in a place that had, like almost 250,000 people. But now all of a sudden I'm just like, you know what? I want to go back there. Camera? Thanks. Like, yeah. Living there would give me so many more opportunities, like, than I currently have, which would be nice. Would be very, very nice. But it is what it is. If you're wondering why I'm getting trophies during this playthrough, it's because we're on a fresh file. We're on a fresh file because when you have Yakuza save data, you get a couple of items in your inventory, and we don't allow them. They're not that great, but we don't allow them because they're technically like DLC and save stuff. But also they clog up our inventory of items that we actually need. So that's why we use basically a fresh file. Or a fresh profile, I should say. This is a first playthrough. Yes. Correct. Have a floor in your room, want to move in. I'm good for now. But maybe in the future. If I get a job near you. You're not wrong. It is the first playthrough on the guest profile. But yeah, it kind of sucks for. Where am I going again? Oh right, it's just up until Saigo, isn't it? Sure. Like it just sucks because like it's the job market at the minute is kind of rough as it is. It's not just rough for me; it's rough for a lot of people. Office is 50 kilometers away. My office, I'm sitting in my office. It's also my bedroom. I never leave this room. Send help. That's something that I did also like about living in Reading. It's the place where I streamed was a different room than my bedroom, so it felt like I was actually, you know, moving around more, getting around more. Whereas literally, I don't really leave the room, which sucks. I do actually leave the room, but it feels like I don't. You know, like the majority of my time is spent either streaming because that's my job, or sleeping because that's my second job. It doesn't feel like I'm sleeping lately, though. Went into it for the first time last week as weird experience. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I guess obviously with obviously like COVID, etc., and working from home, like She slowed down. Didn't reset my run animation. I'm really bad at Haruka's, like, actual walking tech in this game. I've definitely got to practice it. So for those who don't know, Haruka starts slowing down after a while when she's running in this game. So what we're doing is we're literally not like that. I did the wrong time in that. You're supposed to like stop running with Haruka to stop her from slowing down. But you have to like reset her running animation real quick to keep her momentum. It's kind of weird. It's basically just letting go of the left stick and then hitting it again real fast. But it's kind of hard to do. So. 4 hours a day on buses and trains for the plague. Yeah, I'm imagining that working from home has really helped you out a lot. And hopefully your workplace will allow you to carry on working from home. Never did that again. Yeah. When I used to, back when I was like 16? 16? 18? Yeah, I think it was 18. Back when I was 18, I was an actual finance junior. My place of work was also a stupidly long way away. I don't know why I went to this place. This is the slower taxi point. It's also the worst one because I get more fight spawns here. I've made mistakes in my life and I'm sticking with them. I hate going this way of Akiyama. I've made mistakes. I've got to go down here. I hate this. I have to concentrate for a second so I don't get into any fights. Why would I go the bad way? I'm not going to glitch the camera out because I need this. No fight spawn? Really now? I mean, I'm not complaining, but... Huh. Alright, cool. But when I was a finance junior, I used to have to take a bus about 45 minutes into work, which I felt like 45 minutes wasn't too bad because we were at the start of the bus line, so I was on the bus before anybody else got on, so I didn't have to worry about not having a seat. Honestly, I quite like train journeys as well, so... But I can imagine the bus journeys when you're at, like, the end of the bus is just... Ugh. I would hate to be at the end of the bus. Oh, it's just the launching thing, isn't it? It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Getting the first stop. That's kind of nice. At least that's nice. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having like a normal job on top of streaming. I think I could. I'd have to reduce a couple of my streaming hours, obviously, but I think I could make it. I think I can make it work. Be nice to have, you know. Guaranteed income, I guess, is the way to say it. So we have to wait until Saigo is done talking. That's why I'm keeping him in the corner. Cool, he's busy. Okay, I do want to level up here, don't I? Double combo finisher. Good old Saigo. I'm glad he found hair. I'm glad he found a wig. Good lad. Tech, we want double combo finisher. We get above this anyway. At some point, so it's fine. We go to level 7 in the next chapter, so... What I should have done in that was I should have equipped these beforehand, because I want to... Bad menu. No excuse for bad menu. There's a fight spawn right outside of Dinosaur. See that? I saw that. These fight spawns are mean today. This fight spawn's actually evil today, like really evil today. I would like a break so I can have a quick drink because I'm feeling my throat is pretty parched. Nice. Ah, good. I got stuck by the time you hit the halfway mark. Everyone was heading in. Yeah. The commute was about an hour and a half up to 2 hours one way. use it to catch up on your sleep, never miss your sleep. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I remember when I went to college, it was like an hour and a half away, and that was a pain. But most of my college lessons weren't until like midday, which was nice. There was only one, which was like 9 AM, and it was IT, but it was the most basic of IT, so it was kind of stuff like, you know, set up a web page with HTML, which, you know, I don't think I need to say any more than that. My IT work at the college, I actually got so far ahead at one point that the teacher actually asked me to help other students out because I was so far ahead. I beat Okta again. Oh yeah, smack with a blackjack. Gotcha. Go on the floor. Smack him again. Chug! Taruna! Yeah. 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 Even I can't mess this strat up. He says. This one is a little different. So we start with 2 normal combos, blackjack, heat action, after. Okay. Hello, can I? How are you doing, large lad? Ooh. Oh, come on. I was expecting that then. Terrible. I need a little bit of heat. Do you mind standing there for a second? Thanks. No. Okay. Not the best fight. Kind of messed that up. Actually, this could be already in fire extinguisher range. I probably should have let him up, honestly. I kicked him to get him up off the floor faster. Ah, losing time. Good. I did say my Akiyama part was one of my stronger parts in my PB. So, not surprised. I can still do better than that, though, is the thing. Doesn't mean I'm happy with that. Drinky apple energy drinks. Hell yeah. Actually, fun fact, I've never had an energy drink in my life. Not once. Double fun fact. At ESA Summer 2018, when we had a sponsorship with Red Bull, they decided to let people take whatever Red Bull they wanted. 2,000 cans of Red Bull gone in one day. Who could have seen that coming? Who could have seen that coming? Not I, that's for sure. But I've literally never had an energy drink in my life, which honestly I'm kind of happy about. Like, my natural energy is unusually high at times. Sometimes I'll need a cup of tea to like kickstart me and get me going. I could do with a cup of tea right now, actually. Unfortunately, the next break segment isn't long enough for a cup of tea. So, oh well. I probably should have made a thermos of tea for this run, just in case. Because we're still 2.5 hours away from the end, and it's almost 2 in the morning. So... yeah. Yeah. Ah, thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate the tea. I think I've gone the wrong way again. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine, it's whatever. We go into the office, it's Haruka. Please move out of my way! Oh my god, I'm magnetized to his leg. Took a few weeks to get there. Fair enough. Probably the next time I run Yakuza 5. What? I reset your running animation. What the heck? Lady. Should not have slowed down there. I don't feel the effects of caffeine. I don't feel them too much, but tea does, like, pep me up a little bit. That's the right thing to say. Go to the princess, like. I'm ready to fight the princess, like, oh, god damn it. Every time. I keep holding R1 there every time. Doesn't matter which difficulty you pick here, I don't know why I keep doing that every time. I should probably try an energy drink at some point, but knowing me, it would make me very, very hyper, and that wouldn't be a good thing for anybody. Plus, again, trying to diet. Not going well, but I'm trying to diet. Energy drinks would be bad for the diet. So is tea, but I don't have tea that often. Usually I only drink tea when it's the winter, because I'm somebody that when I get hot, I find it very, very hard to cool myself down, so I don't like having hot drinks, like when it's hot. It was the same with food as well, back when I could eat spicy food, but now I can't eat spicy food, it's a shame. For those wondering, the reason why I can't eat spicy food is I have a sliding gate hiatus hernia here. If I have spicy food, then the esophagus doesn't work properly for me anymore. So my esophagus basically closes on itself, and my body starts choking me out. That's why I can't have spicy food anymore. It literally starts killing me. Which ain't good. Which is a shame, because, like, I've said this a couple of times. I don't have a sense of smell. I literally have no sense of smell at all. So, the only things that have a profound taste to me are sweets, surprise, and spicy food. You probably tell that was going there. So, unfortunately, I literally can't have one of the only two things I actually get taste from. It's the reason why I don't drink coffee, is that a lot of coffee is the aroma. Coffee, literally, I'm not joking you here. Unless coffee is, like, literally laden with beans and stuff, coffee tastes of hot water to me. It doesn't taste of anything. It's why I don't drink coffee. It's why I have either fruit tea or milk tea, because that literally has taste. Obviously, mostly the milk in milk tea. But fruit tea at least tastes different, which is nice. So many civilians in the way. I love that the other protagonists get stuck on civilians, but Haruka barges them to the floor. Haruka doesn't care. Is this the crest bar stuff? It is, isn't it? Does the opposite, it stays open so you lie down and get heartburn. Yeah. Mine, if you've ever seen me, like, start to cough and I mute my microphone, that's literally because my esophagus is just closed up. It literally can close up on anything. It can close up on water. It can close up on just air. It's stupid. I've genuinely been considering, like, actually getting the surgery for it. The reason why I haven't is obviously because of streaming. Because the thing is, if I have that surgery, that's going to keep me out for, like, a month. At the very minimum. So it's a big commitment. Like, and not streaming for a month can literally kill you on Twitch. So yeah. It's ironic that I am finding myself in the same situation from years ago where both of my hernias are giving me problems. I thought I was over this business, but I am not. 2 weeks ago we do that? Yeah. I will actually say that I am actually grateful for everybody who watches, because I do have actually quite a dedicated audience when it comes to Yakuza runs. Like, I can take days off and people will still come back and watch Yakuza runs, which is nice. Like, I do appreciate that a lot. I keep running, like, the wrong way here. I'm being careful of fight spawns here, that's why I'm going quiet. They shouldn't be a fight spawn, should be fine. I'm fairly certain that man might be a fight spawn, the first one shouldn't have been. Do you like alcohol? No, actually. I've only had one drink of alcohol in the last 8 years. That was like last month. I only got it because I hadn't had alcohol in ages. I was like, you know what? Sure. Oh, hey, mentioned it in the Evangelion stream yesterday. I'll repeat it for the folks who only watch the Yakuza stuff. got my colonoscopy results. Here's the good news. Nothing wrong with me. Here's the bad news. Nothing wrong with me. So, we don't know why I keep keeling over in crippling pain every single month. So, the good news is, it's nothing bad. It's not cancer, which is the good part. It's nothing like Crohn's, like we were worried about before. But there's still very clearly something wrong. But we don't know what that is, which means it's time to figure out what that is. But yeah, it's not anything serious like Crohn's, it's not anything serious like cancer, which is very good. Because my family does have a bit of a nasty history when it comes to cancer, so it is nice every year or so I get tested for cancer, because it is literally something that literally has ravaged my family. So it is very nice to... Oh yeah, combo speed boost, that's right. It is very nice to not have to worry about that. Trying to hit multi-enemies here. Not like that. I was trying to continue my strong combos and kill this guy. Bad fight. Very bad fight. Terrible fight. Awful fight. There's walking sim going, not well. I might be ahead, but I'm losing time quite badly. I'm bleeding time a lot to Akiyama. Which isn't good. I knew my Akiyama parts were good in my PB, but I'm not playing too well. My Shinada parts were terrible though, so I have plenty of time save. And also minute and a half time save that I messed up in the finale. By the way, you might have remembered me earlier say that there is a working out of bounds in this speedrun, and there is. It's coming up in this chapter. So get excited for that. Get very excited for that. It is coming up real soon. Probably like 10, 15 minutes time. Should just round there when despawn to see the NPCs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going alright. It's going alright. I'm actually losing my voice a little bit, which I said about that, yes. I said about that earlier actually. So alright, this is the part. This is the part coming up. It's the only problem with Yakuza 5 is that it just... When Yakuza 5 lets you play the game, it's the same with the speedrun. When Yakuza 5 lets you do the speedrun, it's good fun. Like, it's one of the best gameplay games in the entire series. But it's so weirdly bogged down. And it's such a shame, because this is such a good game. Like, gameplay-wise, I think this is genuinely one of the best Yakuzas. Yeah. But, like... It's just a bit too much padding, and I'm not talking in like a speedrun sense either, like I obviously am, but I'm talking like a casual sense. In some ways, it suffers from the same pacing problems that Zero and Ishin suffer from, in that, like, Zero and Ishin are two of the best games in the series, by far. Like, they're in my top 3 casually, but it's just a shame, because, like, they kind of, like, peter out in the middle just for a little bit. Like, just like a good, like, hour or so. Like, it's such a shame. Can I avoid this on this side? I don't think I can I? No. I don't think so. I should just ran speed. Too much game. Yeah, like, I mean, I get the plot exposition points, and, like, casually, I love them, apart from this game, where they go on just a bit too long. Because, like, I love it's like I said earlier, I love the hunting parts with Saejima, but they just kill the pace of the game. It's really bizarre. And I actually really like Haruka's part. It's just a shame in the run that you sacrifice all of the gameplay. All but the next thing we're gonna do. There is one bit of Haruka's gameplay that we do, and it's coming up here. Mostly because the game doesn't let us skip it, but yeah. I mean, so much more, yeah, so much more gets used too many times in, like, the side stuff. If you do 100%, it gets used so much. So much more. But it is a shame. Is this the top option or the bottom option on the taxi here? I can't remember if the out of... It's bottom on 5, isn't it? Out of town stuff is bottom on the taxi list for Yakuza 5. I don't know where there's that delay when leaving the office either. Yeah, it's not option. Cool. I remembered! Good. Rhythm games are fun. Yeah. Like, I agree. The one complaint that I would have about Haruka's rhythm sections are that they're a little too basic. They're a little too easy. But it looks like, from all the gameplay stuff we've seen of Lost Judgment's dancing sections, mwah, that's more like it. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. And they have actual difficulty options as well, which is good. I am so looking forward to that. Lost Judgment actually looks pretty hard, which I'm okay with. I'm very okay with. I've warned you all, when we get to that part in Lost Judgment, that's the entire stream. Just dancing. It doesn't matter if I've been awake for like 16 hours at that point, I will keep going. So, fun fact, this is the only one you cannot skip. For some reason. Don't know why. You cannot skip this training, it's the only one. And you have to do the objectives in the top right as well. So, don't mess up now. Actually, pay attention. Like, I get why with this rhythm section, because it's like tied to the vocals. But like, I have to give full credit to RGG for figuring out a situation for Kimutaku's contract that doesn't allow him to sing, but the dancing. That should make people happy for no karaoke. To score the B and then we're done. Cool, I'm done. You just have to meet the objectives, then you're done. At this point, I get to have a nice drink break. So, we do a little bit of Haruka's gameplay. This is the only time you have to do anything with Haruka's stuff. You can quit out of it like we quit out the rest of these, but the game will force us to do this again. So, don't. I'm about to give today's hot take. Haruka's best song is actually so much more.
What?
The only reason why people dislike So Much More is because you keep hearing it over and over and over again. So Much More is the best song in this game. It's not a bad take. I didn't say it was bad, I said it was hot. I'm not saying the other songs are bad. The other songs are good. I'm just saying So Much More is the best. And it is. People just don't like it because you get it spammed in your face like 20 times, which... Yeah, no, I'd be upset if that was spammed in my face all those times as well. So, here's the funny part. So, here's the Princess League final round. So, you have to win this to be able to put on the concert over in Tokyo. It's Haruka's entire storyline. Except you don't. So, you know how often in Yakuza runs, we often say, you know, the choice here doesn't matter and none of your choices matter. Yamaura is about to give us a choice. She is going to ask us whether we want to continue doing the Princess League or quit. Fun fact, you can say no here. You can actually say no here and quit out of the Princess League and not do the final round at all. You might think that's what we're going to do here. We're actually not. We're going to carry on with the Princess League and quit out of it our normal way, because that's actually more time save, because if you do it the other way, you get an extra cutscene that's unskippable. But again, you don't have to win. As I said, we are sacrificing Haruka's gameplay to go fast. It is a shame. It is literally a shame. Like... But we're still gonna do the concert in Tokyo because, sure. This is the point where Haruka's plot just starts to unravel in the speedrun. Dreamline, whatever it's called. That's a fight spawn. Hello. I did it again. I did this in my PB. Every time, dude. I keep walking away from where I'm supposed to go. Every time. You're supposed to taxi to your office. Every time. I 1000% did that in my PB as well. My free time save. Alright, let's do this properly this time. Hey, it's Osakan police detective friend. By the way, if I don't hit the out of bounds, runs over. Like, just straight up over. I mean, I think it could be saved if I get the one in the finale and Shinadas, but I'll be too despondent at that point. Ow. Oh, you son of a bitch. Ah, these problems are back, are they? Well, there's a big old bit of earwax that just fell out in my ear and has just clogged up my right ear hole. I just felt it. I can feel it scorch when I do this as well. I don't want another summer of earwax problems. Come on. That should at least be easy to get out if I get some proper earwax stuff, which I don't think I've got any spare on me. I usually do, but I don't this time. Should have hit the other guy, but you know, this works. Actually, should have hit him again. Damn. How many times am I gonna fuck this way? I wish that man did the thing there where he kept juggling, but no. Feel me? Yeah. Every year I pretty much have to have my ears syringed. Which sucks, but eh. Man, that's annoying. Yeah. Ugh, I just hear the squelching, it's awful. Alright, so this is now going to be the next big set piece. So this is where the out of bounds is going to come into play. It's the only working out of bounds that we have in the Yakuza runs. It is very easy to mess up. It's also very easy to do. So, set piece time. Excuse me. Hernia. Some intimidating looking fellas. Alright, so first fight's just gonna go as normal, just take care of these guys as normal. And then we're gonna get into the out of bounds. I'll explain it as we do it. So it's gonna be very, very clever. So, don't go anywhere near that crane. Stick on the right hand side here. Take out as many enemies as we can, but try and leave one alive. Okay, the camera angle changing there always makes me upset and afraid I'm gonna hit the thing. You can bring the enemies back further a little bit. Everyone's kind of here at the minute, so I really want to be careful not to get too close to the crane, because that does mess it up. I'm going to bring everyone over here a little bit. So, you'll see here, when we get close, we actually get this text box saying, you know, we can't go ahead until we take care of all the enemies. Which is fair enough. So, what you want to do is, whilst the text box is still up, I'm going to refresh it one more time. Take care of all the enemies. Run against the invisible barrier, and as you'll see, barrier goes down, but the text box stays up. With this, we're just going to run past the QTE and phase through the entire wall and forthwith. So, this is basically text box stacking. Essentially what happens is we stack one text box on top of another text box, which causes the order of things that are supposed to be scripted to kind of break. So, instead of... What's supposed to happen is you're supposed to get into a small cutscene and then get a big long QT and then a couple of fights. By stacking the text box, it's stopping the game from doing that and allows us to just run forward. And then the final trigger here is already active. So, it's not really an out of bounds, but it kind of is. We walk through a wall, I count that as out of bounds. Is it earwax? Alright, so run past them. Bye-bye. Speed tech. So we're gonna go up to top floor. Break door. And take care of these guys. There's one guy in here that has a crap ton of HP. Would you believe it's the guy hit me with a crowbar? Surprising. I know. Did not mean to do that. Hello, please do the heat action. He broke my blackjack. I think it's because I'm too close to that. It's basically stopping me from doing heat moves. I need this guy away from the door. That was nice. The office key. Now we can leave. Which enables us to open this door. Yeah, very nice TiVo strats. That was very interesting. Good use of furniture. Kick another one at him. Wait, who's alive? Who's alive? Huh? Oh my god, you. Couldn't even see him. I couldn't see him on my minimap either. That's why I was trying to find him. Damn it. That's gonna be a time loss. That sucks. This is probably going to be a big time loss in this chapter as well. My Akiyama has not been good today. Alright, fight time! Just a bunch of normal dudes, just take care of as many as possible. Had a feeling. I don't know why the game slows down there. It's really bizarre. For the game just for the sake of it, I would argue that about baseball, man. 5 feels just a bit weird in general. Like 5's pacing is just bizarre. Okay. 3.5 minutes. That's not good. I have a feeling I'm going to lose a bunch of time in this chapter. Shit. Well, I saw him as I turned the corner there. That's why I always raise my camera up at the start there, just in case there's a, just in case there's actually a fight spawn there.
Yeah.
Haru. Haru.
Now we get Haruka doing dumb things. Unsurprising. I always go on Discord during this bits, which isn't good. We do have another question mark. We do have another break section coming up soon, which thank God.
Haru. Mega.
Alright, please no more fight spawns. Please no more fight spawns. Alright, thank you for stopping by, Sugita. Have a good sleep. Those were some pretty bad fight spawns. That's a sub-story, and I have to run towards a fight spawn. And I've got people spawning in front of me. And there's a fight spawn! I think I'm losing time. I think I'm losing a big chunk of time. This sucks. Oh. Can I round 2? So. A lot easier than the first round, thankfully. And the blackjack the man. We're gonna be chugging a whole bunch of our Taraners. And final phase. And that's the fight. Here goes my time, I think. Or we might be okay. We might be okay. Not too bad. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, I know I have time save coming up in the next 4 chapters. Okay. Whoa. That was a gold by 4 seconds. Cool. Okay, time for Baseball Man. Baseball Man is actually pretty involved in this run, even if his plot makes no sense to me as somebody from England. But Baseball Man basically has actually like a whole bunch of gameplay, which is really nice. Everything from Akiyama onwards basically has a bunch of gameplay. It's really, really cool. So, he's a brand new character in a brand new city. We're going to be getting introduced to a couple of the people around town. There's going to be no fight spawns here, because it wants you to get into specific fights first to tutorialize Shinada. I'm going to be running into these conversations specifically, because we can't avoid them. There's going to be one that teleports us later on. Check out the civilian spawns. So you can see that we run over to them, so we want to be as close to them as possible. And we have to look at the big TV. Nice. What was Tepe Ono again? Weapon heat, paper fan, syringe. Gotcha. This one does teleport you. So this one you can just run in the middle of the road. There you go. And we're off. So one thing to note about Baseball Man is that he doesn't have money. And we need money to taxi at one point during the run. So... or 2 points, actually. So that's a problem. So that's gonna be a little bit of a problem. But we do have a way of gaining money, which is good. I want to use the green tables in the next fight, right? Yes. Okay, so Shinada is an ex-baseball player. He was caught supposedly sign stealing, which he denies, and he is now an adult entertainment writer. And one of the people he's come to interview, his friend who I think he loves, her brother is in trouble, so we're going to go and save him from this place that he is working at that seems like a big old scam. So, don't miss the door this time, moron. Good. Menacing Kubota employee. Alright. So we're gonna use the tables on the left. Instead of doing Shinada's actual combat yet, we're just gonna use the tables because they are massive and they're overarching and we can hit multiple enemies with them. Shame this guy is still alive. He's gonna take an extra couple of hits as well. I feel like that last bit was slow, but the rest of it was okay. Shame that I hit him the wrong direction there. That sucks. That massively sucks. Either way, the guy with the glasses, he's called Tepe Ono. You'll see him in a little bit. You'll also see him get very violently assaulted right now, which is not good.
鳥山さん、これ大丈夫だわ。
So humid tonight, that water has gone lukewarm. Thankfully, I'll get a chance to replace that in a second, which is good. Yeah, it's the 2-minute walk and talk. Good. Ouch.
Oh.
That's not how pens work, my dude.
申し訳ございませんでした。
No, how pens work, my dude. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Club Futomomo. It better be Futomomo. I need to get that right later. We're gonna go see Milky, and then we're gonna get to the break segment. Thank God. Go get a fresh drink and splash my face with some water. Cutscene we can skip. Cool. And now we're gonna go meet up with our friend who is also our landlord. Take that off so I can run quicker. This one is a shorter break than the first one, so I'm gonna wanna run from this. Whilst the other one was about like a couple of minutes long, this one's only like just under 2 minutes or so. So this is Uno. He's our landlord, friend, etc. We're gonna have a walk and talk with him real quick, and it's our second and final break, so I'm gonna disappear real quick.
いつからあの闇金に借りてるんだ。
闇金って高杉さんのとこから？あの人が金栄町に来たばかりの頃だから1年くらい前かな。
あいつは相当やばい金貸したって噂だぜ。
やばいって？名古屋組と繋がってるってこと？
噂だけどよ。
名古屋組って怖いのかな？
そりゃお前こっちだもんよ。
宇野さん、名古屋組の組員って見たことある？
俺はねえけどよ。
俺も金栄町に来て15年だけど、名古屋組どころかヤクザっぽいやつさえあんま見たことないよ。
声でけえよ。でもまあ多分どっかにはいるんだろうよ。噂だと蕎麦屋の出前が間違えて名古屋組の事務所に入っただけで目ん玉くり抜かれたとか聞いたぜ。とにかくこの辺じゃ泣く子も黙る組織って言われてんだ。そこと繋がってるようなやつから金なんか借りたらお前本気で殺されかねないぜ。
あら、宇野さん、俺のこと心配してくれてんの？
そりゃそうだろう。お前が死んだら3万返ってこねえもんよ。
God, I would kill for a cup of tea right now.
ちゃんと返すっていつかは。
いつかじゃなくて今日。
なんでさ。
行きつけの店に
I don't know how I'm gonna
新人の子が入った
survive
んだよ。どうしても一番に味見
karaoke
したくて
percent
な。
それって
considering that I'm
シャチ
exhausted
ホコ
for
娘
this.
のジュリアちゃんのこと？
The karaoke percent is gonna be like
よく知ってんな。
16-ish hours
宇
long.
野さん、ほんと新人好きですね。でもあの子って元マッドマックスのナナコちゃんだよ。
え？あのおばはん？
店変えて源氏名変えただけ。
マジかよ。あ、待て。
Actual gameplay. Hell yeah. Alright. Phone questions. Futomomo and Milky. Alright, it's cutscene. Forgot. Futomomo, Milky. Let's go. So the interesting thing about the conversation coming up in a second. Are you kidding me right now? Yakuza 5. The conversation that's about to happen coming up here. It's a phone conversation, but it's actually... The answers are in a different order every single time. We want to answer these correctly, otherwise the run is over. Cool. So, because I've answered those correctly, that's going to get us access to an item in the next chapter that will enable us to continue the run with Shinada. You run in the middle of the road here. You run on the right-hand side. Just have to get to the top of the road. We'll be automatically dragged into... Oops. this fight. This one we didn't use the weapon. Yeah, we just do light attacks. Alright, so the game gives us a really weak pipe that's actually going to be the basis of a couple of like actual combos coming up. What we're gonna do is we're actually gonna, when the game lets me, put it away and just do light attacks. That's all you have to do for the first fight, which is nice. But that pipe right there is going to be very, very useful coming up. Cool. And now it is time for baseball. Where, didn't I miss like 1 or 2 of the balls in my PB? So, time save there. I'm gonna miss this one intentionally because obviously I don't want to. Oh wait, yeah. This is the actual one. You can't skip that, unfortunately. You have to do it. Game wants you to do it. Storyline wise, you have to do it. Oh.
Yeah.
I wonder what happens if you like fail all of those intentionally. Like, I wonder whether the game like physically like stops until you actually get it on like the last one or something. Either way, there goes our money. Thanks, Takasugi. Sepe Ono next, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, I should level, shouldn't I? Soul and tech. Soul and tech. And that's actually all we need, if I remember rightly. Like, you don't actually need that much on Shinada. You have pretty much everything that you need, which is kind of nice. Okay. There are now fight spawns around the city, so this is where we now actually have to be careful. So, soul and tech. So we got Boozer's Law, which you should know what Boozer's Law is from previous Yakuza games. And we also got My Explosive Finish, which is the ability to do a throw at the end of our combos, which is actually going to be very, very useful. You're in the middle of the road. What is your problem, dude? Trouble is, there could be fight spawns in these groups of people. That's what I'm being careful about. Right inside. It's fine. This group of people should be fine. That could have been a fight there, I think. That guy in the blue that just walked past us. I'm fairly certain that was a fight spawn. This game is giving me some horrific fight spawns today. Okay, Tepe Ono. I don't think I have time to look, do I? Weapon heat, paper fan, and then, yeah. I don't know if we do the heat attack.
Yeah.
Okay. So we built up our heat in the last fight as well, with all the light punches we did. That's why you want to start this fight with heat. Good old Tepe Ono back from having a pen shoved through his cheek. So I can do this fast, I should save a bunch of time. So I'm just going to concentrate on this for a second. Ian Hijabi, thank you very much for the 7 months.
Howdy.
Appreciate it. Knock him to the ground. Run over here and grab this fan. Back over here. Grab the syringe. Did I must have fucked up somewhere. I must have fucked up somewhere because that was supposed to end the fight. That was supposed to end the fight. What? Kidding me right now. Again, this is where I should be saving time. Alright, so, avoid the left-hand side, because Shinada's Weapon Master... I'm going the wrong way, fuck. Shinada's Weapon Master is going to be hanging out there. His name is Ayano Koji. Or was that later? The fuck? I thought it was here. Oh, well, here's Tatsuya. There's Tatsuya. Because I don't like how one of those people didn't despawn. That made me feel like it was the actual fight spawn. Awful. There's time loss. I could have saved so much more time. I'm saving time over PB, but I could have saved so much more time. I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong in the Teppei Ono fight, because I'm doing something wrong there. Oh hey, it's not Daigo. It's definitely not Daigo. Alright. Which is this one? Alright, it's Sakai, isn't it? Okay. I know I did Sakai fight badly in my PB as well, so I got time saved there as well. Why would they announce Yakuza 8 when Lost Judgment is coming out? Like, they're going to focus fully on Lost Judgment. Like, it would be stupid for them to announce a new game just before Lost Judgment. They'll wait until halfway through the year like they did with Lost Judgment. It doesn't matter what people talk about. Just because people talk about some things doesn't mean they're going to announce them. Some people think that Yakuza Dead Souls 2 should be a thing. That doesn't mean it's going to be a thing. Nor should it. Now, Binary Domain 2. That should be a thing. Binary Domain 2 should definitely be a thing. Alright, so we're going to get introduced to a bit more of Shinada's side story stuff. This guy right here is going to take us to the batting center where we're just going to skip through this stuff. So, what am I doing now? This is... Alright, we have to avoid the M store, don't we? This is where we get the stamina rail. Oh, Ayano Koji is on this chapter. I thought it was chapter 1. Huh. No wonder I started going the wrong way. Of course, yeah, the Uno stuff. Right. No minigame. Goodbye, minigame. Again, anything that constitutes a minigame is gone unless it, like, the game makes us physically go through it, like it would with the first one and with Haruka's final, training session. I would like that, Dr. T-Chops. I would like that a lot. Like Bloodborne 2. It's interesting that, wouldn't you know it, there's other rumors of a new FromSoft exclusive coming to PS5. Although the rumors are that it isn't actually Bloodborne 2, but it's like a brand new IP like Bloodborne was, but it's going to be PS5 exclusive again. Much like, obviously, Bloodborne was exclusive to PS4. And they say it'll be, like, closer in stature to Dark Souls than Elden Ring. It's the easiest prediction to make in your life, you know? I could have made up those rumors. I could be the one that spread those rumors. I'm the FromSoft insider. My dad, who works at FromSoft, says that Bloodborne 2 is never gonna happen. Shut your face. But Bloodborne cart. Oh, that's coming. Oh, that's coming, alright. Is that a fight spawn? That was a fight spawn behind me. What the fuck? This game's fight spawns today are being very, very aggressive, and I don't like this. I think I had a couple of fight spawns in Shinada's part, so if I can just, like, once again, not get any fight spawns, that would be great. Sekiro 2 would be nice. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually stunned at the fact that there were exceptionally little to no microtransactions in it. Because, you know, the second that it was like FromSoft with Activision, it was like, oh Christ, here we go. Like, but honestly, I'm actually genuinely shocked that there weren't more. Like, if any at all. I'm shocked that there weren't the usual, like, it wasn't the usual Dark Souls levels of things either. Like, you know, you didn't have player invasions and stuff like that. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised that Activision just let them get on with it, which is amazing. Alright. Let's go pick up our Stoneland Royale. So we can carry on with the run. So we get a phone call from our editor. The reason why we got... Oh, from Milky. We're going to go see our editor now. The reason why we had to do the phone conversation yesterday was they were editing Shinada's article, and we had to remember correctly, obviously, where we went and the person we interviewed. It was Milky there. Because of that, we get a better reward of a Stoneland Royale. And thankfully, that Stoneland Royale actually sells for a lot of money. By a lot, I mean enough. Spawn. It's on the right side, which is nice. Can't tank their reputation like that. Yeah, but I feel like, you know, when you're working with Activision, if Activision say the thing, they're gonna say the thing. Which sucks. I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, that's why I want to go this way. That is a fake
Finally
marker,
got the
and
dragon's
avoid that
tail I
guy
needed
because
for
he's a sub-story. Remember, thank you for the year. Holy heck, thank you so very much. I get sub 610. I'm trying to finish the run. It's not going well at the minute. I don't care what time I get. I just want to finish a run. This is all practice before karaoke percent anyway. I don't like this. I can't spin my camera down here. That's good. Okay, decent fight spawns on the way here. That's nice. Alright, so, as I said, because we said the right answers, he's going to give us a Stoneland Royale. If it wasn't a Stoneland Royale, the run would be over. Because that's the only thing that gets us any money with Shinada. There's Ayano. As I said, we're going to avoid him. He's our weapon master, but again, we're not going to bother. As long as we're in the middle of the road, we should be fine. Let me go back home. This is where there can be a couple of fight spawns on the street corners, so... I had a real suspicion about that guy. Oh, come on. Went down the wrong path. That was my fault. That's why I'm come oning. That's on me. I know better than that. Cool. And then we're going to go after Uno on the next day. Well, we'll see what Elden Ring will be like graphics-wise, because Elden Ring being way more open world is going to be interesting. Way more interesting. I still have to play the Demon Souls remake. I have it here, but haven't played it yet, so... Has an in-game map or not? Yeah, I feel like if it's as open world as they want it to be, I feel like it will have, but not necessarily one that's like, you know, hub points and stuff like that. I feel like it would just be like a map of like, you know, this is the area. Like, you know, like a world map rather than like an actual detailed in-game map. at least 3 fight spawns that was there. Jesus. But yeah, it's funny because I've actually been thinking about I've been thinking about my plans in regards to Elden Ring and whether I want to stream it or not, because like literally everyone and their mother is going to be streaming Elden Ring, so it's a surefire way to tank the channel harder than like if I was to play something like Scarlet Nexus or Neo The World Ends With You. So I don't know. I haven't exactly put much thought into it. I might just do it off stream, honestly. It's a shame because I do like those games. I do think those games have like an audience, but the trouble is, again, if you're doing it day one, you're not seeing much of that audience. Right, we're gonna go to this one first, which thankfully we can skip the corner because with Takasugi there's no sub-story. Should have cut there, but I'm worried about all these pedestrians and fight spawns. I hate that. Remember the time I came out of this cutscene, I had an enemy spawn right here, right next to me. That was the stupidest fight spawn I've ever seen. That guy in the bloom might be a fight spawn. He disappeared, I don't think he was. Ah. Hey, trying to navigate the streets here sucks. Alright. So we talk to this guy and then we go down to the south of the city. As long as there's no one in this corner, we should be good. Yeah, we're good. No, we're not good. We're not good. We are not good. Hi. How you doing? I can't run yet because he's too close. If I go in the raid, I'll be fine. And as I think I saw one like right there on the left. That's why I kind of wanted to go this way a little bit. Not good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. As long as I don't get into the fight, that's fine. I've got so much time saved I can do on Shinada. Like, so much. I mean, people can talk about these things, but you sound like you're being massively unreasonable. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. Things are going to get delayed. Literally deal with it. It's the reason why you won't hear about Yakuza 8 at Tokyo Game Show, is because they don't announce their games until like 3 months before they come out. Like, RGG are more sensible than to announce things literally years in advance. And it is a global pandemic. Things are going to get delayed. You have to accept this. Oh, I walked too far to the right because of that car. Shit. So all of these are in scripted areas. I did not want to walk close to this one. That's going to be a time loss. But that car in the middle of the street forced my hand. That was bad. So you ideally only want one QTE during this entire bit. If you follow the roads, you will only just get one car coming at you. But because of that, this is the one. So because of that, that's going to be pretty bad. There is no physical way to avoid all these QTEs. They are literally like overlapping on like the corners and stuff like that. Tap found that out. So that's the reason why we stick to the road, is so that we only get that one. But that car just fucked me up really bad. Cool. I think both last year and this year were pretty good. Like, honestly, like, I'm surprised at the amount of games that came out last year that I actually really enjoyed. Like, this year, I think the start of this year has been a bit slower than last year, but I think the lineup from this past month just gone to the end of this year is blindingly good. Like, blindingly good. Like, Neo 2 is already currently my game of the year, and I think we all know Lost Judgment's going to be my game of the year. No More Heroes 3 at the end of this month. A couple of things that I'm just forgetting about because I'm trying to concentrate on the run coming up at the end of the year as well. Like, I think that the end of this year is probably the strongest period we've had for a while. Like, I might still think that last year was still pretty decent considering, you know, pandemic and all that jazz. Oh, Endwalker, of course. How could I forget Endwalker? I know I'm gonna absolutely love Endwalker as well. Where am I going again? How have I forgotten this? Oh, right. Taxi. Right. That's where I'm going. I'm actually going the right way. I'm surprised I actually managed to end up like this. If I go to the right here, I get glass on me. If I carry on, I get a car. Yep. You have to hit one. You have to hit one, so I want to make sure I hit the car. Because the car will at least be quite slow. Or fast, even. And then I can just go back on the actual corner. Don't have to worry about fight spawns. And we want to come this way because we want to go to the Ebisu here and sell our Stamina and Royale. Because otherwise we won't have the money that we need to taxi right now. We are literally very, very dirt poor. It's like, we got like 67 yen or something like that. We have like nothing. 17, actually. I'm not doing worm strats today. I am absolutely refusing to do worm strats. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I absolutely refuse. Or Metroid Dread. Well, the thing that makes me really happy is GameStop recently came out and said what their top 10 most pre-ordered games for the Switch were over the last 2 months. And you'd expect, you know, the fact there's 2 Pokemon games coming out for them to both be up on top. But, no. Metroid Dread is at first. Which just goes to show how much people are thirsting for a brand new Metroid. Like, holy shit. Been waiting years for a brand new Metroid. Like, Pokemon, one of the Pokemons, it's actually the dual pack that's in 2nd, and then Arceus is in 4th. But yeah, Metroid is more pre-ordered at GameStops than Pokemon right now, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Like, more pre-ordered than both, obviously, the Diamond Pearl remakes, but also over Arceus. Like, to see Metroid doing this well is a very, very nice thing. Like, genuinely going to be nice to have a proper... Am I supposed to taxi? Fuck off. I looked away for 2 seconds. Of course he'd be fucking Victory Road as well. What? How did you get off me like that? Well, there goes that time save. Ran into 2 Victory Road fights this run. This has been a very, very bad run. I think that definitely guarantees I'm not anywhere near X-Play's time, for sure. I think that means I'm nowhere near sub 10 as well. I think that kills off any chance. I think Kiryu killed off any chance of sub 10. Oh. Yeah. We'll see what we can do with the rest of Shinada.
Yep.
SMT5, I completely forgot SMT5. God damn it. That's gonna be so good. We're gonna do that on stream as well. I'm looking forward to that. Tales of Arise I'm interested in. But I don't know, I'm not as excited as I would be for Tales games in the past. I don't think that... I still need to play Berseria, so Berseria could change my mind. But I don't think I've really enjoyed a Tales game since Symphonia. Actually, not Symphonia. Whichever one was on the PSP. I don't know. Something about Tales games at the minute that just... I don't know. Remember that time I took the worm here and almost died? Yeah, that was fun. Kidding me here. Always be cutting corners. I assume this is still fast like Yakuza 4. I've not really thought about it. All I do is jump. Kinda seems like it. Sorry, wasn't that great? Fair enough. Which is a great Ace Attorney collection. Yes, I'm playing it off stream. I love the Ace Attorney games. I've been playing them since OG Phoenix Wright on the DS. But I'm just doing them off stream when I have time, which I don't have time at the minute. It's a shame. Worm used for the baseball don't fight. The worm's not used for anything. But you can eat the worm and lose your HP. That's the hilarious thing. We want to bait out his attacks, don't we? Yeah. I'm fairly certain I played this fight terribly in my PB, so I'm looking to save time here. Please. Please. After getting into that fight spawn, though, I don't think it's gonna happen. Why is it I can't play Shinada properly? Like, every time. There's always something, every single run, there's always something that I mess up with Shinada. Like, I can't ever have a perfect Shinada. Okay, so Sakai's AI is very easy to manipulate. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna punch him once. Once to get him to guard. There we go. Whole heat action when he's standing up. Let him get up. Punch to bait. Well, he just did the thing that I want him to do anyway. Knock him down. Pipe. Pipe. Alright. Time lost because of that. Fight spawn. See, I could have saved a metric ton of time had I not had that fight spawn. That fight spawn took like a good 20-30 seconds. It sucks. This sucks. The only reason why this sucks is like the time that I'm losing to just the stupidest of little mistakes. Like, this run is actually okay. This run isn't like actually like terrible as I'm saying, but like it's kind of that speedrunner thing to say, you know. You know, it's a terrible run, and the only reason why it's a terrible run is that it could be so much better than it currently is. Like, not getting that fight spawn could have saved me like a good 20-25 seconds, for example. Like, the reason why I'm saying it's a terrible run is because I'm looking at how the run should be right now and not how the run currently is. The run as it currently is okay. Like, a minute 46 seconds ahead isn't terrible at all. But it should very much be like 4 or 5 minutes ahead at this point. Like, that's why I consider it a terrible run. Perfect and beautiful. No, it's not. No, it's not. Stop giving it full talk. Not when there's still 2 chapters left. I feel like I messed up the set piece in this chapter in my PB as well. I know I messed up something in every chapter with Shinada. I just can't remember what I messed up in this chapter. It was the Daigo fight in the next chapter. I know that for a fact. That's Ayanokoji. Be careful. I thought because I was with Takasugi that Ayanokoji wouldn't be a thing, but no, he is. This is why we raise our camera every so often. This is the M store, right? Yes. Because this is the fake waypoint. So we don't have no word for a run that's between perfect and the worst is the issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not wrong. Definitely not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong at all. I sometimes say my run is okay when it's better than okay. But... But yeah, we gotta go save Milky. This is setting up for another big set piece. But I need to go buy beer. Yeah, it should be enough. We always buy 10. I don't think we need as many as 10, but I'm gonna buy 10. 10 works. 10 works and doesn't break the bank. So 10 will do. Takasugi just phased out of existence. That's impressive. I wish I could do that. Just imagine going invisible for fight spawns. So we want to run up this road. I didn't mean to run into the middle of the road, but I hate trying to navigate the street corners of the city just because of like all the fight spawns and also all the obstacles in the way. Also, Takasugi is the best character in this game by far. But we want to go to the M store. The reason why we go to the M store now is that because we have Takasugi with us, we don't actually have the sub-story that's outside. And also we have the money thanks to selling the Statland Royale. So because of Boozer's Law, we're going to be grabbing ourselves a couple of beers. Fun fact, Akiyama that has Boozer's Law in Yakuza 4 does not have Boozer's Law in this game. There's my beer. Forgot it's all the way down. Yeah. Actually, you can get Kinmugi, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it matters which one as long as you get 10. God, I hate this bit because I always fear that there's going to be a fight spawn on the crosswalk that actually spawns. Okay, so taxi from the north part of the town, right? Yes. Drink the beer before we go. That's the thing I need to remember. That's the very important thing I need to remember. Be careful of the M store, because the sub-story's back. Yeah, that's the very important thing to remember. You can't access your menu at the start of the next set piece, so I want to drink the beer before I go and start the next set piece. Which I'm fairly certain I can do it when I get there, but I'm just going to do it now because I don't want to waste any time when I'm there. Like, we get the little running section here, I think, which I could have drank here, but as long as you drink before this bit afterwards, because you literally you aren't able to go into your menu, and then you'll lose some of your damage, which I didn't do in my PB, so this should technically be faster. Technically. Just depends if I do this right or not. Okay. Cool. So, all enemies die to 1 for combo, pipey action on the guy with the 2 vibes. Oh, right, of course, yeah, I know him. And then, there's Mana Bay at the end. 2 stamina hands near where you start, pipey actions, full combo when he taunts. I wonder if I have the time to look over that real quick. I think I do. good. This is just before here. God, I'm 20 minutes behind tap already. Jesus Christ. Where's the Mana Bay fight? There it is. Okay. Okay. Just want to keep the Mana Bay fight up on the side that I can just have a look at real quick. Because this is the one I'm unsure about. It's the only one I'm unsure about in the run. So there's not be that one and the other one. Parity action. Stand on X. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so this should kill everybody in one combo. What? Where did my move come out? It's up. Unless I mess up, he says. Messing up. I hit him once, that's why I didn't want to full combo him. Cool. Now comes the full. Okay. So it's impossible not to get hit in this part in the remasters because the forklift actually goes faster in higher FPS. Don't get stuck on that though. God damn it. What? How did I break that one? This is where I was supposed to save time, not lose more time. Slide for this next one, I believe. I do not know why I went that way. Alright, that's the one you can just walk through if you're on the right hand side. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought that was going to hit me again. Alright, play Pete moves to the next guy. Nah, it's not just you. The FPS makes the forklift go way faster. It's kind of stupid. Okay. Thankfully, this guy is pretty easy to beat. Should have heat after the last fight. That wasn't enough, really? Serious? Yeah, aim at Tatsugi. Oh my god. It's just a little off. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so I'm gonna go through this next bit here. I'm gonna take out as many enemies as we can. So the normal enemies will go down to one normal combo. The only ones that won't are these security guards that will always go down to your My Explosive finish. Too bad. Probably take care of the guy with the gun. Excuse me. I don't know how that didn't do the... Weird. Yeah. Tatsugi, there's a guy behind us. Hopefully he'll come over. That's gonna be a problem. So yeah, for the guards you want to do your full combo, but for these normal people you just want to just hit them. It's nice. He's not dead, is he? Hello. Shame. I was really hoping that guy would actually catch up to us, but he never did. Well, never mind. QC8. Pipe straight out. And whack him with it. Attack, please. Gets up. The nice thing is he takes all the enemies with him when he disappears, so that's why we aim for him first. And as you know, the enemies on the floor. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to get too many of them. But unfortunately, this is one of those points where you do have to take care of all the enemies. Okay. I don't even know how that happened. You attack, Sugi. I know how he grabbed me there. I was behind him. I was clearly behind him. And he's back again. Really? Again? Cool. I mean, it still works. Like, it's not ideal. It's not as quick as it could be, but hey, it still works. That's the important part. My HP is getting pretty low. Taking care of you first. I ain't letting the guy with the gun live. Oh, this is the part you can just run, idiot. Oh my god. I keep forgetting about this every time. Every time. I think I would learn by now, but no. I might try my explosive finish first, actually. Just to get his HP down a bit. Okay. Right. Pipe. Pipe. I definitely fucked this fight up in my PB, so I'm not going to save a bunch of time here. Didn't get my pipe out. Should have got that after, so I wouldn't have wasted too much time, but... Oh. This is really going to dodge, isn't it? Good. It's fine. I should have let him up anyway. It's my fault. Like, I knew it was going to go into this, so I should just let him up. That was definitely smoother than PB. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. I do not know how I messed it up this badly in my PB, but I really, really did. You're about to see like a minute time save here. This is going to be a very, very big time save. Minute and a half. Good. Good. As I said, I messed up Shinada very, very badly in my PB. And the reason why I'm upset is I should be way further ahead in Shinada than I am now. But can't complain with that. Can't complain with that in the slightest. That was nice. That was nice. Still could have been better. You know, don't punch the guy with the gun at the end of the set piece. I do that every time. So the nice thing is, I believe it was either Tap or Meta found that we can do this bit a little bit quicker as well. Although that was in my PB. I'm faced I just messed up the next fight in my PB. So as you do whenever you invite a guest round to your house, Shinada decides to step out. What we used to do was we used to run up the road to the north and go to the batting centre. But funnily enough, there is actually a way to do this faster. Thanks to the clever busybodies of this run who actually decided to run elsewhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to head south down the street. fight spawn, I swear to God. I should not be on the pavement. I should not be on the pavement. Fuck me. Always run on the road. Always run on the road. Touch the south wall, and for some reason, that causes the phone call to come in. I don't know why, but it does. I think I... Okay. Okay, should be fine. Again, the road, not the sidewalk, the road. And past Tatsu again. Lovely jubbly. See, that's the way you're supposed to go. Yeah, that's why you want to go on the road. If ever you have a chance to go on the road in a Yakuza 5 run, you mostly want to go on the road. Like, it might not be as quick as cutting corners, but honest to God, you lose less time than walking into pedestrians. Like, mysterious Daigo. This isn't Daigo. What are you talking about? I don't know who this man is. No idea at all. I realized this watching casual playthrough, not sure if other people already been doing it. I wasn't. I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't. I love that, like, skipping through the text also breaks that, like, animations and stuff. It's great. Oh, God, there's shit in my eye. Ugh. Oh, damn, it's actually Daigo. What a surprise. I'm stunned, I'm shocked. Drink one beer. Understandable. I would also want to drink beer if I was near Daigo. Well, we're almost at the finale. I actually think this could be sub 6:10 pace now. After that time save, I didn't realize I had that much time save in that chapter. I know we had like, I thought we had like 30 seconds, not like a minute and a half. If I can pull off the sewer skip, we should be just under 6:10 if this pace continues. I love this fight theme. It's hard to believe that this fight song is actually like only in the Western version. It's not in actually the Japanese version of this game. For a replacement song, this song is an absolute banger. Actually stunning. Yeah, this run is if you're a good runner at this video game, aka Tapioca, this run is sub 6 hours. I'm already like 25, almost 30 minutes behind Tapioca at this point. Good fight intro as well. The two fuck-ups registering their own power against each other. You know what time it is. It's beer time. And also it's down on X because I'm kind of low on it. You son of a bitch. I hate you. I hate you with 1,000 degrees of every fiber of my being. Taunt! How do you fuck this fight up? Look how easy it is! Hit me. Thanks. How do you fuck this fight up? God! One of the easiest boss fights in the entire run. Just because you take him down with 2 heat attacks. How do you fuck that up? I get the first part, he dodged out of my way, fair enough. But how do you mess up the middle part? God damn it. No. So I can combo grapple Daigo in the fight. The best thing is, like, you're able to... Speak to him. Also, Daigo just wears his shoes on my bed. Like, dude. Respect other people's personal space, thanks. The fact that you can, like, do your full combo through his taunt is fantastic. Like, absolutely fantastic. So what enables you to just hit him again with the pipe? Like, having the extra heat generation from being, like, slightly drunk and then just hitting him. It's great. Then we get on a train and yell that he's Daigo Dojima. Baseball. The boss aggro to your partner so you can hit him in the back more easily. Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. This annoying fight. I definitely messed up this fight a little bit in my PB. I hate this fight. This fight isn't even like a proper fight, it's just like a big multi-enemy fight. Which Shinada is okay at dealing with multi-enemies. He's not the best, obviously he's no bloody Saejima or Kiryu. But honestly, I think the Shinada is actually okay at dealing with multi-enemies. It's just a pain, this fight. There's like one guy who's like super strong and the rest aren't strong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat the worm for style. No thanks. No worm strats, not today. I'm sniffing the sub 610. And then it's finale time. Did we ever... We said we were going to use red heat from Kiryu on Baba, didn't we?
No.
I feel like that's what I want to do. Because we don't use the red heat against Aizawa because we just bounding throw the guy. Like... I feel like I want to use it on Baba. I'll tell you which taunt I hate the most in the Yakuza series. It's literally the one that Yagami does when you break out of an enemy's grab in Judgment. It leaves you so open for such a long time. It's so dumb. So there's one guy here that we have to fight. The boss enemy. He is somewhere behind us right now. We're gonna let him aggro onto our friend over here. It's this guy right here. The one actually grabbing him. That sucks. I could have actually got a good combo. Because by doing this, I'll be able to actually do a good bit of damage to him. Not the guy I wanted, but you know. I'm moving away so that he goes and re-aggro's onto him. Yeah, good. Fucker. He hit me when I was getting up! You weren't even aiming for me, dude! Come on! Because I want him to go after my mate so that I can take him out and then fear the enemies. Oh, why do I do that? I should probably just eat hype action, honestly, at this point. Use my thing to try and give me some hyper armor there, but... Just, that will grab him. Just get rid of him. He's dead, and now everyone else goes to ground. But that's why you don't want to leave it too late for this cutscene. Man. Waste. I took too long. That's my fault. So I'm not going to save that much time here, it seems. Save that much time at all, because that's going to reset their animations, so they're not going to be feared. And then we do the usual. Oh wow, you didn't have much HP. Less than I thought. Actually, that would probably be a bit faster, I guess, just chaining the lights rather than my explosive finish. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably... Yeah. Shit. Oh. Baseball. Time for a insta-fail QTE. The first one. Not our last one. One thing that worries me is the fact that I've got a perfect bounding throw Aizawa to go up against. Well, apart from the end of the fight where I only hit one of them? I can do that way better. I can do that way, way, way better. Okay. I saved 26 seconds, but I can do that way better. Okay. I just keep looking back at the Kiryu section and just thinking that I should have been like 2 minutes ahead in Kiryu. I didn't exactly have a good Haruka at the Akiyama section either. Like, it's funny that it's gone the exact reverse. It's gone the exact reverse of how my PB went last time, in that I had such a good Kiryu and such a good Haruka Akiyama. And now this time around, the Saijima's good, and the Akiyama, the Shinada's very good. I wouldn't say very good, but it is pretty good. I can still do better. Anyway, Baba is here. Please no fight spawns, I swear to God. I see you on the right. That's a fight spawn. The guy in the mask, I thought he was an aggro one. He's 100% a fight spawn. I can guarantee you that right now. Here's that little corridor you haven't seen since OG 1 and 2. I love that they threw that in there just because. Like, that corridor is literally not in the Kiwami games. It's only in OG 1 and 2. That guy on the right is a fight spawn, isn't it? That is. Oh, fuck. Largest of lads. Fuck off and leave this place. Did I not go to Stardust again? Oh, for fuck's sake. I do that every time. Every time. Yeah. I'm supposed to speak to you. Well, at least I know where the large lad was. All I was doing was just gaining my ground, just seeing where the fight spawn was. See, I know it's here now, so I can just go past this lady. That's all I was doing, honest. I keep forgetting that every time. Every time I just keep forgetting to go to Stardust. Every time. Just look at your minimap, dumbass. Alright. I'm using red heat. I'm using red heat. Because who else are we going to use against? Can I?
What?
But you could just bounding throw can I as well. I think we use it Baba. I think Baba's the best usage of it. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. At least we get to hear Baba's amazing fight theme again. I love this fight theme so much. It's one of my favorites in this game. Only children believe in dragons, but then his theme song says, I believe in you and we're a dragon. Baba, please. I'm actually going to try the bounding throw for a second. Yeah, that's fine. Get heck, Baba. I think that's got to be the usage of it in the run. I think that has to be. I saw that coming. I wanted to throw him again so I could try a bounding throw. That was early. That was so early. I really don't want to throw him into this wall, but I'm too close to it. Plus, this gives me a little bit of a primer before Eyes Hour. Okay. Okay. I just have to remember that timing. Just move forward a tiny bit and then do it. That's kind of how I visualized it when I was doing the run last, was I walked forward a tiny bit and then I did the attack. So that's how I visualize the bounding throw for Kiryu. Is I just walk forward a tiny bit. Please don't be here, large lad fight spawn. He's still here. Still here giving me grief. How you doing, bud? I'm going this way. Bye. You're a large lad, you can't keep up with me. Go. No, I said he's literally... Well, I don't know. I guess Watasei is a good choice for it, but you could. But we also kind of want a bounding throw Watasei, honestly. Like I really think that bounding throw Watasei to keep him down is a good idea. All right, Sadachi Dojo. Christ, that's important to remember. So I could be about to ruin the entire run right here. There is a very, very, very important place you want to avoid. If we don't avoid it, that is literally... Well, it won't be the end of the run, but it will lose me like 2 minutes. So, I'd rather not walk near it. Either way, here's Saejima. Here's Saejima with everyone's favourite detective friend. Fun fact, Kamuro Hills is finally open. Fun fact, we still can't explore it. The only Yakuza game where you actually get to explore Kamurocho Hills, not in a set piece, is Dead Souls. And it doesn't have anything in there. There's a bunch of shops and stuff, but there's no shops that you can actually use. Stop being cowards and bloody let us in. Let us in, goddamn Kamurocho Hills, goddammit. Where am I taxiing again? 4th. And we're off to see the florist.
Cut.
I'm gonna punch Aizawa in the face.
Nice.
Which I definitely fucked that fight up. That's for sure. I know I did. So. Why don't I just punch the florist in the face instead? Okay. So. Sadachi's back with the Sadachi Dojo. If we get anywhere close to Sadachi Dojo, we're going to lose like 2 minutes. So what you want to do, very, very importantly, is immediately run to the other sidewalk. This is... The Sadachi Dojo hitbox is very, very large and goes into the road. Which is why I take an extra little wide space here despite not needing to. I do not trust the Sadachi Dojo. We do not go anywhere near it. We do not want anything to do with it. 5 plus hours of RNG in, yeah? Yeah, pretty much. It hurts in places, but honestly, as I said a couple of times, when Yakuza 5 lets you play the video game, it's good fun. It's very good fun. Very, very much. Like, when this run actually, like, allows us to actually play the game like it is now, I actually really like it a lot. I think it's one of my favorites, but... It's got so much waffle in the middle. It just sucks. Like, there's just way too much downtime. Which is a shame, because again, I do genuinely think this is one of the better Yakuza speedruns out there. It just takes too long. It just takes way too long. It's such a shame. It's such a massive, massive shame. Because this is a brilliant game, and it is a brilliant run. Like... It's again one of those things where it's got pretty much everything in terms of, like... what you kind of want from a speedrun, and it has like a lot of tech in regards to like all the fights. It has some actual technically out of bound tech, like it has text box stacking, like conversation skips, like weapon strats for certain characters. Like honestly, the speedrun has a lot, and it has a couple of breakpoints as well, which is kind of nice. I'm just gonna say the best Yakuza runs are those with the breakpoints in them. That's all I'm saying. Although that goes against my LAD. My LAD has a breakpoint, but it's only like 20 seconds long. Well, at least we're here with no more shenanigans. Reminder that I walked into 2 Victory Road qualifier fights in this run. Like, holy shit. This has been a terrible run. Oh, here's Aizawa. Full combos for heat action. Cool. Oh yeah, iron pipe heat action. Right. I don't have the second iron pipe, which I didn't in my PB, and I was hoping to have here for Majima, but I don't, which is a shame. So part of me's wondering if I want to actually use it on Aizawa or hold it for Majima. I think I could get off 2 on Aizawa. I don't think I need more than that. I think we get 2 off on Aizawa, and then the rest go to Majima. I think that's how we do this. Oh, wait. Katsuya. Shit. Two Aizawa. Shit, how many hits do I have left? If I have 7 hits left, 2 Aizawa, 3 Katsuya, 2 Majima. If I have 6, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This looks like a cutscene. It is a cutscene. It's not a skippable cutscene. Happy 3:30 AM, by the way, everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a chill 3:30 AM. I'm not. I'm not. This run's making me stressed. Okay. Time to concentrate, because I know I messed this up in my PB. So, if I can have a good fight here, I can save a bunch of time. I'm gonna start by grabbing and chucking Aizawa. Surprise! Wait. It unequipped my pipe. out. Come on. Time to get thrown. Oh, shit, that's bad on my part. I don't know why you're sliding all over the place like that, but sure. Well, that wasted my pipe. That's bad. Should just throw the guy. Just throw the guy. Just throw the guy. So I got 5 hits left, so 3 Katsuya, 2 Majima. That'll do. Look at that. Could have saved time, but not because I played Aizawa badly. Fucking terrible. To see his ass in a minute, even though we don't want to.
Yeah.
Right. This was the short chapter, wasn't it? Which I think went okay in my PB. I'm fairly certain this was like one of the only the finale parts that didn't go badly. Second taxi spot. Yeah, there's not that much taxiing in this run. You know, but something that I've kind of realized is like, if you take a look at all the other Yakuza runs, there's so much taxiing in them, but Yakuza 5 actually has obviously taxiing in every single part, but it really doesn't have that much. Like, we do a lot of taxiing, like, over the course, but just not really that much compared to the other Yakuza runs. That's what makes Yakuza 5 cool. I was gonna say, I don't know where he is, but my controller vibrated. I didn't actually see. I hear him. Oh, he was right in front, apparently. Huh. Good to know. Interesting. I had no idea where he was, so that was kind of terrible. Why you want to stop the concert? Why you want 20 million yen for? Come on, let's go get some beer for some hobos. Yeah, Yakuza 3's taxi list is because it was the first game on PS3. Like, it only had literally 3 stops in Kamurocho. Ironically enough, I would love to get Nakamichi's taxi spot back. I really would. Come on, Schneider. Gotta go get some alcohol. And then we gotta go to the top of the map. This is... I think this is the shortest chapter in the game, right? It's like super, super short. Do not spawn here. Thank you. You can get the, you have to be very careful when coming out of here. You can get the fight spawn right outside of the Popo with the people squatting down. So, gonna be very, very careful about that when we leave here. I'm not sure if it can spawn when you come out, but it can definitely be there when you go in. I'm not sure if it's like too close to not spawn, but just be careful. Yeah. I just see someone? Potentially. Yes. It's who? This guy and the guy ahead of us? Oh, that's dirty. What taxi spot am I going to? Top. Oof, what a dirty set of fight spawns. Wow. This run has not been kind to me, fight spawn was. It really hasn't. Surprised I'm honestly surprised I haven't had more fight spawns, honestly. Like, I've had some dumb ones, but I'm surprised I haven't hit more. Okay, so down we go here. Oh god, please get out of the way. I hate civilians in this game so much. So much. Right here. Okay, and then it's Kamurocho Hills. Oh yeah, the big Kamurocho Hills piece. Ooh. Oh right, I have to bounding throw Saijima. Jesus. I'm fairly certain I did not do that in my PB, so this will be interesting. Ugh, my nose is itching so much tonight. That guy free hit me. Bad chapter. He's alive. I need to remember that. Oh damn, I didn't think I was going to kill him. Schneider actually did work to the guy. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Okay, I'm going to get one cutscene we can skip. And then the rest is voice.
Cut.
I do like at least that this game reverted R1X for audio text skipping. Imagine if for the audio cutscenes in this game the R1 text skip was quicker to mash X on. That would actually be physically painful. That's my time loss. Yeah, as I said, I really messed up. I think I got into a fight spawn here in my PB, which is why I wanted to save more time than this, but two nasty fight spawns I had to avoid. It's fine. Didn't lose time. Alright, don't forget, Kiryu, don't fuck this up. Don't pick the wrong character. But, nice. I was like brooding Kiryu over smoke.
今回の T セットのメジャーデビューコンサートは急遽決定したものです。関西のテレビ局で放映されていたプリンセスリーグの決勝で活躍したダイナチェアさん所属の沢村遥さんが日本ドームでのメジャーデビューコンサートを予定していたのですが、その都合がつかなくなってしまったことから急遽決勝で対戦した T セットが代わりにコンサートをする運びとなりました。
それでは本当に緊急なコンサート開催になると。
ええ、そういうことになりますね。ですが T セットの2人はすでにとある著名の先生から楽曲提供を受けメジャーデビューする予定になってましたから、コンサートの開催自体に問題はありません。私ども大阪芸能としてはこれをラッキーなきっかけとして沢村遥さんには申し訳ないんですが、
どこ行く気や。勝也んとこに決まってるじゃないですか。ほら、
どう
Discord.
桐生さん、どちらへ。
ババ、お前は残ってくれ。
Interesting. Interesting. Kiryu. You want to pick Kiryu because... So here's the thing. This first choice is only to get to Kamurocho Hills. You want to pick Kiryu because all you have to do with Kiryu is taxi. With Saejima, you have to get out from Purgatory and then get to a taxi, which is also past Sadachi Dojo. So Kiryu is way, way faster for this bit. Second option. Yeah. And then when we get here, we're going to get given a choice. You can actually get a fight spawn right on this grass, right in the way. So, we don't actually use Kiryu here, we use Saejima. Because as we know, Saejima is very, very good at dealing with groups of enemies. Just breaks for everybody, but also he still has his red heat move, which we're going to need down in the last part of this bit. Shame. I was really hoping there'd be more enemies together. So they're all still alive. I know in my PB I had pretty much everybody dead at this point, so this is not good. Yeah. I know in my PB I was already at this wall when that dialogue disappeared, so I'm slow. Not good. Is this the one that I can run past? I don't think it is. I think it's the next one, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine though, because it brings them over here, so I can't complain too much. Away, thanks. I was aiming at this guy way earlier. Now we run to the door. Not good. Sloppy. Very, very, very sloppy. At the very least, don't have to deal with these guys. I'll run straight past these guys. Cool. There is speed tech coming up in here as well. Another neat little skip coming up. All stuck in the way. Shame, I was having that hit. This is sloppy. Very sloppy. Should not be nested stairs. I knew he was one hit. I was hoping that would actually do it, but unfortunately not. Wait, why do I see him? Oh, he's under the stairs, of course. Fail this QT intentionally. It's actually quicker than doing it. I did not grab the stamina outside. That's kind of bad. I'm sure it's fine. Alright, so we're going to ignore all the enemies here as we run forward. When we go to the next floor, we're going to get to where our speed tech is. See, right? Ugh, not good. I should be fine without the stamina, and I should have spare healing items. So, speed tech here, we're going to have to run against the camera down that corridor there. So as soon as it spurns us, we have to keep running down this way. Do not mess this up. You have very little time with this. Yep. And get to the inside of this door in time to skip a whole bunch of stuff. Nice. Good. Now, we still have our red heat. We're saving it for this bit. I don't have my red heat yet. It should be on the next heat attack. Should. It better be, because it needs to be. It needs to be. Higashide here should be very easy to take out. Grab him. Throw him. Heat attack him. Should give him my red. Good timing. Sure. Just focus Higashida in this way. Nobody else matters at all. Should have used my iron type heat action. I'm gonna smack him one more time. This is why we were holding our red heat is for the fight after this one. He's gonna run in here, and there's gonna be a bunch of enemies, including himself again, and then one more nastier enemy who is wearing a red jacket. That guy. We're gonna use our red heat here because this is an AoE attack, and it's gonna take out a good couple of the ads. Do really good damage to those two. Might actually take out the guy in the white that we just took out, Higashide. And now good luck with the guy in red. That didn't hit the guy in red at all? Oh, fuck. That's a shame. That was actually kind of lucky, not gonna lie. I wanted to save that for the next fights. Oh, well. I should probably just use this and then... punch. Don't like we're getting away from the door, but it's fine. Obviously everybody fears. Cool. Not great. Not great. Not great. I use up one of my pipes that I didn't want to use up. Oh well. I mean, at worst, we're sizing and we just punch people. Yeah, it did miss. That was not great. I think I had to use the pipe heat attack because it missed, unfortunately. But, oh well. I want to say that I had too many enemies in front of me. I think that's probably the reason why it missed. I don't know if that's how it works at all. Okay, so. Watase. I love Watase. Unsurprisingly, it's bounding for a time. Trying to get this right. Okay, if you're not gonna... I don't have a good foot away. Shit. I did all the hard work and messed up at the end. I gotta stop doing that combo. That's not what I need to do. Front. I turned him around by accident. Shit, that's fucked me up. Man, I started this fight so well. I should do my heat attack, but I want to get my practice in on that. Not great. It's fine. I let him go in the middle, which isn't good. Still, it's fine. It's still probably better than my PB, I think. I need to open my other water. Water in. Water in Pacifico. Time to get body cats here. As I said, I want to get at least one pipe heat action out of two. Really? Should grab him again. That's not a good thing to interrupt right there. Shit. they purposefully made Katsuya slow, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to hit him with Saejima. Bruh. No, I fucked this up badly. God damn it. I'm using up another just because I want this fight to be over. Terrible fight. Awful fight. Awful fight. Alright, well. Unsurprisingly, we're picking Kiryu for this fight. For the reason that obviously bounding throw, but also because if you fight against Kiryu, Kiryu has the Tiger Drop. Fuck all of that. Fuck all of that. A lot of time I can save in this chapter. I mean, a lot of time I can save in this chapter. Yep, exactly that, T-Chops. Exactly that. But you need the heavy to connect for the grab to connect. That's why it's a little finicky at times.
Oh. No. Cool.
It very much reminds me of Yakuza Freeze Run. Like, kind of in the, it's like, it's very timing based, so it's very skill based. It's not something that you can just, you know, spam. When you get the timing down, you can spam, absolutely. But it's one of those things where it's very much, you know, you can't just like instantly light, strong grab. Like, you actually have to put timing on. Yeah, as Tab says, the light has to miss so the heavy isn't blocked. You also then have to make sure you don't have the heavy blocked as well. And also don't have the heavy miss as well. So, good luck. Very much good luck. It's very much a timing based thing, but it's very, very, very cool. Like, if you can get it down like that, as you can see, you can just keep bosses down with it. It's insanely good. It's going to be, obviously, I mean, as you very much know, it's what we're going to be using at the end of the run. I saved so much more time than that in that chapter. I think that's probably almost the end of sub 610. We'll see. I can save so much time there. Right. This chapter is not long. There's not much in this chapter. There's no fights, which is good. And then we just have the long one. We just have the long one. Dear oh dear. I mean, look at it this way. I just shouldn't say that. No, I should not say that. I was about to say there's no way I can do any worse than what I did in my PB. But I almost perfectly bounded Aizawa. So, yes, I can do worse. Let's not tempt fate. Let's not tempt fate. I can do very much worse. I can do very much better if I get the actual skip going, but I could fuck up Aizawa. Based on the Saejima fight there, and the Watase fight, I think I'll be fine, but I'm a little worried about how the Watase fight went. Saejima went well. Saejima, I got the rhythm back, but Watase didn't go too great, so we'll see. So how can go back to Stonebori? Does not matter. We're just going to run across the city. I'm also not going to run into Yamato's sub-story this time. Back to trying to reset Haruka's movement. Also, all the bloody civilian spawns down here. This is why I like taxiing here. Even though I really shouldn't. Like, I really, really should not taxi here, but this is why I like taxiing here. I hate walking around this town. Okay, so 610 is free. I don't know. If I mess up Aizawa, it's not. The nice thing is I do have a little bit of time save on the Aizawa fight. Haruka, I hate you. What was I gonna say? Words are hard. The Aizawa fight, I only banding throwed one of the heals. So, I think if I can bounding throw all three, which is really hard to do, I think I should be able to save time. Obviously, the big thing in the next chapter is sewer skip. I'm fairly certain my Majima fight was okay. I don't think it was bad. I think I could do better. I think my Kanai fight was... I have no thoughts on it, which means it must be good. It must be good. It's just one of those things. Alright guys, the run, it's been pretty decent. It's not been as amazing as it could be, but it's been pretty decent. I'm definitely happy with a lot of aspects of it. But I'm also very unhappy with a lot of aspects of it as well. So, lots and lots and lots and lots of room for improvement. I've gotten into 3 fights in this run, 2 of which were Victory Road, which bloody hurts. Why did I go down this alleyway? Why did I go down this alleyway? I forgot they spawned down this alleyway in this game. Oh, every time. And just little dumb decisions like that. Also, my Haruka walk tech is terrible. Dog shit. Awful. Bad describing noun here. Okay, go back to practice. Okay. I still love how, like, chill and casual Date just comes in next to a shot Kiryu and is just like, yeah, no, this happens. It's nice to get Date Saejima interactions. Like, both are very, very level-headed. It's kind of nice to see. No, we should not talk about it. Man, I thought that was a Hideki Anno directed shot there. I think you need to take a timeout from chat and just see how everybody else talks, because, like, the only thing you do is ask quite hostile questions and then just spam chat a lot. Like, it's really disparaging when all I see is just paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs from one person. Like... you have to chill. Like, you have to chill on the typing. Like, you literally just, like, you type, like, 20 questions a minute. You've got to chill. Like, you really do. Am I serious? Very. Deja vu from the Discord, right? Like, you literally ask multiple questions before you've even gotten an answer from the first question. Like, you've got to chill. Like, I asked you to chill last time. Just consider this a last warning. Like, you please chill. Like, I shouldn't be looking over at chat and just seeing a single person's, like, 8 or 9 paragraphs. It's not about not having fun, you're literally clogging up the chat. It's like, when I want to see what everybody types, and all I see is just what you type, it's a problem. Like... Wow. We're gonna have wars over T-set. The real answer here is that the best person in the Princess League is quite clearly Dolce Camia. None of you can dispute that. Thank you. Also, time for the best cutscene in the game. Who's this guy? It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It does make me wonder whether Tanamura would have been one of the original characters in this had, like, the actor problems not come along. Because it definitely feels like, you know, the whole baseball subplot was kind of shoved in there. I get that it probably wasn't because, like, the Tokyo Dome and stuff like that. But, like, you could have still had the concert at the Tokyo Dome and just had Tanamura there to investigate, you know, who that Yakuza family were. Like... Neat. Alright. You don't need to ask who the moderators are. I am. It's my channel. Alright, rest twice. Because we can't go until tomorrow evening. With Tanamura having a new actor because of the remaster, I am hoping they do something with him. Like, it would be nice. Like, it just does make me wonder whether he was supposed to be in this originally or not, but I guess we'll never ever get, like, the answer to that. Alright. Nice camera angle. Kiryu first? Kiryu first. Kiryu first, and then the big time save bit. The massive time save bit. And they would give me Abadachi now. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. I don't think they would have brought back Tanamura as a party member. I don't think they would have brought back any of the playable characters for party members for LAD. I also think LAD 2 is going to move away from established characters. And actually, honestly, I hope it does. I really hope it does. Like, I enjoyed all the sub-stories and all, like, the throwbacks to, like, the other Yakuza games. But at the same time, if they want LAD to be, like, a fresh start for the series, it needs to find its own feet, you know? It needs to actually, like, pave its own way. Like, it has to figure out how to be its own thing. Like... Oh, just... I'm gonna time you out. Please look at how everybody else is chatting. And just... come back again. It's like... You're just being a massive drama queen in chat, and you're just clogging up the chat completely. Just... Look at how everybody else is chatting, and please follow their lead. Like, I'm begging you here. Oh, hell. God, if Shinada was supposed to be like a dragon protagonist, that would suck. Alright, so we want to take Kiryu for this part. Kiryu's a little better than Akiyama at dealing with everything here. Bit of a shame. I do actually like using Akiyama here, but it's not about what I like, it's about what's good for the speed. Because look how fast that is. Like, you get everybody together like this, and it's just way, way faster. should be positioned better, honestly. The fight spawns. That was okay. Bounding throw, can I? Yep. I'm surprised. What up, my dude? Before you go. It's just that first hit. I can never get that first hit off. It's just the first hit of the bounding throw that I just can't do. That's it. Like, if I can get the first hit, I can do the bounding throw. But it's just that first hit. That's my problem. That is my problem right there. I see it. I see it and I've got it. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I didn't let him up. Well, that's a dumb time loss. Like, I knew he was over, I knew he was done, and for some reason I decided to do the heat attack. Alright, so this is the bit I gotta concentrate. So, this is gonna be speed tech that's very similar to, in execution, to the quotation marks out of bounds earlier in Akiyama's part. But here we're gonna be skipping through a text box to skip a actual set of dialogue, or an actual, like, kind of, like, set of enemies that you can't attack for, like, a good 2 minutes. So, the first part is fine. The first part is just take them out as per usual. Hit me, thanks. Okay. Okay. So first part is fine. It's the second part that we have to do. So, when we're down, so I think it's 2 enemies left, the barrier at the very end is going to disappear. There's obviously an invisible barrier, you should probably guess. Now, the problem here is if Shinada goes too fast. I'm actually going to run down here ahead of time. Before I didn't. This is going to cause me to go a bit slower here, but you'll see the barricade is still up there. So, I'm just going to make sure that I keep running into this, honestly. I know it's not going to work here, but... You're both dead. Just in case. Yeah, it's done. Okay, so, because of that, the text boxes overlap, which means that this part that's supposed to load in here doesn't load in. This allows us to run straight past that fight spawn there that you're not allowed to hit for a good 2 minutes. Like, you can't do anything with it. You cannot attack. If you've ever played this game, you know you can't do anything in that fight. And they don't take any damage either. See, it's not hard if you just take your time. Also, I saw your message about the heat attack, by the way, Tab. Just want to let you know I've acknowledged it. Just take your time with the sewer skill. Like, don't take too much time, obviously, but what I did before, I took out every enemy but 3 before I went to the end, and the problem that I had was that Shinada decided to be extra aggressive for once in his life and take care of another enemy, which meant that it didn't work, because too many enemies were dead. So, you know, act Shinada. Not this time. That he'd go after Shinada. Ah, why did he turn inside? I was hoping to hit this guy afterwards, but I stopped. Alright, fair. I forgot, we took care of it later. Awesome. Okay, good. Right. That's the easy part taken care of. Now comes the hard part. I'm not fucking up Aizawa again. Okay. I'm fairly certain this fight was okay in my BB coming up, so I don't necessarily think I have time to save her. I think I have time to lose here. Yeah, the sewers are loud. There's nothing I can do about that. Ironic, isn't it? The sewers are loud in this, and the sewers also glitch the audio in LAD. Maybe. Suggestion. Stop doing sewer sections. Maybe. Not because I dislike the sewer sections, but maybe stop doing the sewer sections. Okay. Fail first, do second. That's the important part. I wish I had a second heat iron pipe here. If I had a second iron pipe here, I could go crazy on the heat attacks. But unfortunately not. They're out there. I didn't look. Uh-oh. I didn't look. We might have bad luck. We might not have been blessed by the low poly rat. Not good. No rat lock for me. Oh no. It's gonna be the end of my bounding throw luck. Speaking of the end of my luck. I should do one pipe session at some point. Doppels. Gone. I'm doing this so he gets doppel phase out. Good second one. Come on. I was very hoping that hit the doppel, but unfortunately not. Hit. I was trying to get that so I could get one of them. I want to kind of do the two light combo to try and see if I can like peep a couple of them when they come for me, but this is the real one in front of me. Yes, taunt me. Good. Bye. Idiot. That was an okay Majima otherwise. Not amazing, but that was okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. Big ups to the one that taunted me. Appreciate that. You helped me out a lot there, bud. Is it Baba time? Oh, it's Baba time! Do his first, fail second. I don't remember T strat. No. Why am I in here? Beer, that's why. I don't remember the T pose strat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't remember it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Where's my red heat? Thank you. I want to get my red heat out. Thanks. I need to learn the actual like the T-pose strap. It's fucking hilarious. It's actually fucking hilarious. Up you get. Do first QTE, fail second. I should still have... Yeah, I do. Neat. Fail this one. I'm gonna whack him with a stick. Hello? Don't like that. Don't like that in the slightest. Baba is dead. So you control him. It's alright, I got it. Playing it like a violin. I got it. Oh, Jesus. that was scary. that was scary. To be fair, the reason why my controller ran out is because I've been doing 100% Neo 2 grinding on the side. I didn't charge after I did. Also, if I didn't reset earlier in the run, we wouldn't have had problems. Curious to fight minions. Bruh. This guy in the grey, he is frustrating. Hey, could you leave the Akiyama alone? I'm just trying to punch him. I should be doing this combo instead. That's what I should actually be doing. No, I should be. Oh, I know. Does that mean I'm doing it? No, it don't. Thank you for at least finishing him off, Akiyama. So this is the difference. This is what I need to remember, because for the ages we never did Akiyama's red heat move in this fight, but now we do Akiyama's red heat move in this fight. So okay, but like 45% on that. I'm currently at 72, and all of a sudden everything bad, everything pain, everything hurt. I need money. I need money. I need to master my pins, which I've mastered about 200 of my like 240 of them, but I'm still not at 333 yet. I need to level. I need to eat all the food. I need to buy all the clothes. I need to equip good equipment. Help. For runs on the PS5, I use my DualShock 4 for the PS4 games. Mostly because, one, I like this controller way more than the DualSense. And two, after the fucking first DualSense died to me overusing it because of PS4 Yakuza runs, I'm not letting another DualSense die to speedrunning. Like, at least not this stuff. Lost Judgment, yes. But I don't like the DualSense as much as I like this controller. This one is way more comfortable for me because I have very small hands. Plus, again, I don't want it to break. It'll break in time when I have actual games to play on my PS5. You wanna go, my dude? Double zero, folks. D-Gens, you're still here with us. Don't focus on the ads. QT, please. I hate you. I should have just let him go. It's my fault. I should have let him go into that phase. I should have just let him go. I knew that was kind of like what was coming. Fuck. I was hoping to use that against him, but oh well. Good thing that I don't have spare Tavern of Pluses. Hell yeah. Be a massive shame if I had spare Tavern of Pluses for this fight, wouldn't it? Yes. Yo, durability won't go down while guarding. Perfect. One more for good measure, and then that's the end of the fight. I don't think I need to do this one, but one more for good measure. Okay. Up you go. Come on. Go for Tyrannus. Almost first one, but yeah, I didn't have to because of that. Yeah. Come on, up you get. Kick you over twice, come on. This is the final one. Okay. 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 One more to go. One more to go. It's less so the first phase that worries me. Once I get the bounding throw, we're going to be fine. It's the final phase of the heal. That's what worries me. So 2 HP bars left? Yep. 2 HP bars left. Hi, YouTube.
The Sunday night Wi-Fi run, always fun. Finish strong, Fruit.
Thanks, Elmdor. Thank you for the Prime Gaming in the 5 months. I appreciate it. This should be high YouTube. I'd be... If this is not high YouTube, then I fucked up the final QTE. Simple as that. Also, I've been lied to because I was told the starting QTE here actually did something. Apparently it doesn't. So, you know. I've been lied to. I'm upset. I'm upset. I don't think I'm sub 610 pace. I don't know if I am. If I can cancel all 3 heals, maybe? But I don't think I am. Gameplay-wise, this is a phenomenal final boss, but like, plot-wise, it's just... I do like the chops of putting a QTE in their goddamn intro. I like that a lot. I just want to punch him. Oh, right. I'm doing it. I got extra damage, sure. Shit, I fucked it up. Break out, thank you. Yeah, I always do that. I gotta get the timing down. Right, on the floor. Let's do this. Too late. That was a little worrying. I'm not using the heat move. I'm not breaking my pattern. I'm absolutely not breaking my pattern. Okay. 5. I'll punch you in your nipple. Now for the big QT. I accidentally got the wrong mass in QT. Whoops. Should have done more damage. Should have done a bit more damage. Come on. It's fine. And... round 2. If you heard that crack, that was my shoulder. The nasty QT's out of the way. Now I just have to hit the bounding throw for the heals, which that's fucking hard. That's very fucking hard. You get sunshine. Let's go. not 610. Oh. As I thought. Still should be high YouTube unless I mess this last bit up. Come on, up you go. Alright, bud. Oh, fuck me. Well, I cancelled one. Oh, it didn't even count. Are you fucking kidding me? Bruh. I swear I cancelled one there. I'm mad. Stop that. Come, fuck off. I'm mad. I swear I cancelled one. I'm mad. Still an okay fight. I swear I cancelled one in there. Man. I gotta practice. I gotta practice, Isaiah. I am interested in seeing some of best at least. Hey YouTube, how you doing? Don't fail this QT, otherwise, you know, game over. I can't be too upset with that fight. Like, that fight was okay. That fight wasn't amazing, but that fight was okay. Like, I'm happy with that. Like, against up 610. Eludes me yet again. I mean, I know where I lost the sub 610. It was for Kiryu, but it wasn't fully the finale. Ironically enough, it was all the way back at the beginning. Look at that 1 minute time loss. Ooh. So first chapter went well, second chapter was terrible, third chapter was absolute dog shit. We got into 2 optional fights, one of which was Victory Road. Great. Saejima went well. His second chapter was a bit, but Saejima went well. No fight spawn, chapter 4. I have to run against that in the future. Great. Fucking hell. Great. Haruka Akiyama. Haruka was okay. Akiyama was bad. I can do better than this, but Akiyama was bad. Shinada was pretty decent, apart from chapter 2 that got the fight spawn. The Victory Road fight spawn. Great. And then as far as the finale goes, the first part could have gone a bit better. Second part could have gone a bit better. I know I can do better in the third part. The fourth part is Haruka's walking section. How did I save time there? And then I can do way better against Aizawa. Sub 610 tomorrow. I need to... Wait, what do I still need to derust? Oh. Oh. K1. Oh. Fuck. So sub 6 tomorrow then. Oh. I have to derust K1 and 6 still. And I should probably do LAD at least once before karaoke %. Ugh. I don't have enough days. Shit.